Put your hands in the air. We were walking through the village, and all we say, we love Hall of Fame like every day. Tracy rolling in, and she's looking amazing. We all know that beloved here we're grazing. All the things we see in the air so high, just looking at me, but no, it's we. Know me? We love Tracy. We love Tracy. We love Tracy. Yeah.
I learned a Burt revert.
The Bertlemann?
The Burt revert.
I don't even know what a Bertlemann is.
It's a Bertlemann with another 180.
With a 180. Ah.
It's called a Burt revert.
Oh, yeah, you got to...
Wow. I didn't even know that.
Or a Bertlemann is like you put your hand down on the wall and you...
Wait, now we're live.
We're here.
Live. We're here at Skateboarding Hall of Fame. We got Jerron Wilson here. I'm Chris Roberts. Sitting in is a Hall of Famer himself, Mr. Steve Caballero.
Hello, boys.
Yes. I was just talking to you when you were coming up here. You were inducted in 2010.
Yes, that is correct.
That is 15 years ago. Do you still got the trophy?
It feels like yesterday.
Really?
I don't even know where the trophy is.
Steve.
It's somewhere in a box in my garage.
That's amazing.
Sorry.
When you get so many trophies that it just comes down, it's in the garage somewhere.
No, but I do have a board that they made me that has my name and then...
so you do have a little memorabilia.
I do have a little memorabilia.
Okay.
It's on the
that's
mantle.
Good. Okay. You know, I have the same problem, though. I just have so many trophies and stuff just in a box in the garage, you know?
I should find that one and put it up, though.
That's an important one.
That's it.
For sure.
That is an important one.
No doubt.
You know what? I've been lurking around here for a little bit, and the word on the street is like everybody is so stoked to see Larry Bertlemann.
I am, for sure. I've never met the guy, so I definitely want to meet him.
I've talked to a lot of people, and all I've been hearing in the crowd is Bertlemann.
He's the man of the hour at the moment?
Everybody seems to want to meet this guy.
He's a pioneer. I mean, he's definitely someone that we looked up to when I first started when I was 12, 13 years old, and ended up learning his trick, the Bertlemann, and then taking it another step, the Burt revert.
Explain to people that don't know what is the Bertlemann.
The Bertlemann is like a front side slash, but you put your right hand down. If you're goofy, you put your right hand down and kind of slide around and then come down a 180. It's like a front side kick turn slash with your hand down.
Okay.
Kind of like him, emulating that on a wave.
But we're talking slashing the coping.
We're slashing, well, more of a bank.
Oh, in the bank.
In the bank.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a little harder to do it on vert, but a lot of people used to do it on banks, and we used to call it a Bertlemann, and then people would revert it and call it a Burt revert.
A bird revert?
Burt revert.
Burt revert.
Burt revert.
Okay. I like that. That has a good ring.
Yeah,
Burt revert.
The Bertlemann has a good
Bertlemann is a good, yeah. It's a good.
And then Eddie Algara took it to another level and did a frontside invert. So they would it would look like a Bertlemann, but it was an aerial. So like a frontside Bertlemann aerial. And they just named it the frontside invert.
Frontside invert. Okay.
Yeah.
Amazing.
I love it because we got Bertlemann and we got Caballero. We've talked about the Caballero on the show, you know, I still can't get over the fact that the nollie, it's a nollie full cab. It's not a cab. It's not a nollie cab.
Hey, we brought this up recently.
Which a lot of people.
Nollie 360.
Yeah.
A nollie 360.
Yeah.
But I still can't get over the fact that if they were claiming. If my name was Caballero and they were claiming nollie cab, I would take it. I would take it. I would take any variation of it.
It's going fakey, bro.
Yeah.
But I got to respect the sticking to the guns. You know,
Thanks.
you did a Caballero. They named it after you. That was a trick.
I'm happy with just that trick.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay.
We don't have to extend it.
No, knowing me, I would try to be extending that thing from here to New York City.
And also, just to clarify, I didn't invent the half cab either, because people always think about that as well.
Right.
They think the half cab came from me, but it didn't.
Half cab.
Yeah, half cab. It came from Kevin Staub.
Kevin Staub.
Yeah,
Right.
he's the one that invented the half cab.
Okay.
And it's kind of weird because when you're learning a Caballero on street, you're normally doing a fakie ollie, a half cab, then a full cab. So you kind of go in that sequence.
Right.
Sure.
On vert, it kind of went full 360 first, and then it went half. That's why it was named the half cab. It would, if the half cab was invented first, it wouldn't have been called the half cab.
That's what I was just going to ask.
It would have been
Yeah.
half Staub or something or whatever.
Yep.
Totally. That's weird that it's weird that it just kind of like the half cab. But also you named a shoe after the half cab. So,
Yes.
But it was the half Caballero shoe.
Right.
So that makes sense.
Just trying to tie it in all together, make it kind of unified, and make it kind of go with the flow of the way skateboarding is gone.
I love it.
But you guys are going to find out a lot of stuff come November 20th. I have a documentary coming out about my life. Talks about my childhood. Talks about me inventing the trick. Talks about the shoe. You guys are going to enjoy it.
Nice.
We a couple premieres. They had a premiere here for some of the people at Vans. But I'm really excited. So November 20th, it's going to be at theaters all over the nation.
Really?
Yeah, for 1 week. And if it
That's
books well that week, it'll come out for 2 weeks.
Amazing.
What's the
Congrats on
title?
that.
What's the title?
We're
of
still
it?
working the title right now.
I think it should just be called The Caballero.
We got picked up by Fathom, and so they didn't like the title that we had before, so they want to have something that includes my name in it. So we're still working with the title right now, but
Isn't it tough to come up with like names?
it is very tough.
Right?
I mean, you think you come up with a name and then you Google it, and then it's already been a movie.
Yeah.
It's like when we're like thinking of band names. You think of a rad band name, right? And then all of a sudden you Google it, and you're like, dude, these guys have been a band for like 10 years already.
It's been done.
It's crazy.
It's like you got to put weird words together to come up with a new band name.
Yeah.
You have to
these
make up
days.
words these
Yeah.
days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
That's
we
what it
were
seems
lucky
like.
enough to people didn't use the band name Urethane, so my new band Urethane,
That's
we got
sick.
to use that.
What a great tie-in.
Thanks.
Yeah, I love that.
Everything ties
skateboarding.
in. Everything ties
It
in.
has to tie in.
So you're
It
excited.
has to make sense.
It
man.
does. So you're excited for Bertlemann.
I am very excited for Larry
You know who
Bertlemann.
I'm excited for? Not to throw any Bertlemann.
Yeah,
But in my era, Sean Sheffey.
of course.
I'm
Yes.
excited for Sean Sheffey.
So
Dude.
excited.
Did you see Sean skating at Poods last
Yes.
Monday?
Switch 50-50.
Oh my
switch-
goodness.
Switch
Okay.
feeble. Like, dude.
So Colin McKay called me and said, hey, we're having a session at Poods. I'm like, dude, I'm flying from Arkansas. I'll be there. My flight got canceled on Sunday. I had to book on Monday. That flight got delayed 2 hours. I was in traffic, and I couldn't make it to Poods. But I got to see Sean's skating online on his page, and it was blown away. I'm
Seriously.
like, that guy still has it,
He's
man.
still-
Amazing.
He is
I
amazing.
was-
So, yeah.
It's so inspiring, especially for me, because I mean, I grew up idolizing Sean in that sense, and
Yeah.
here we are going to celebrate him in the Hall of Fame. It's
And he's still killing it.
yes.
I mean, when he was
Truly.
fake
He's
yelling
killing it.
over tables in the parking lot, I doubt he even considered being in a skateboarding Hall of Fame.
I mean, I don't think it was born then, but yes,
I'm gonna
And
let
he
you-
switched stance front feeble.
yes.
That rail at Poods, come on.
I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. I talked to the DJ.
Okay.
The DJ said that he was gonna play the woo 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 doo doo doo
the
from his
guy.
life part, right?
Wow.
And I said, listen, you got to play that when he's walking up.
Yes.
Yeah.
When he gets on the stage, you play Lash Move. We ain't got nothing to prove. Lash Move, right?
Combination. Of
Oh my God, bring him up. Let the anticipation
sick.
build, and then
That
boom,
would
hit
be
him over
sick.
with Lash Move.
I'm not mad at that.
Right?
I'm not mad at that at
That's
all.
what, and the DJ loved it.
No, so when I saw that footage of Sean, man, it just shows he's dedicated. He's still working hard.
Yes.
And I love that about Sean.
Yeah.
I mean, I moved here like 11 years ago down south, and when I would be driving through Carlsbad, I'd see Sean like riding his bike just randomly. And one time I almost ran over Sean on a crosswalk because I was getting ready to go, and all of a sudden this bike guy goes by, and I'm like, oh, that was Sean Sheffey.
That chef.
Well,
So he may have not been getting this award if I ran over him.
thank God that you did it.
Yes.
Wow.
Thank goodness.
Thank goodness for brakes.
Well, when is your doc coming out?
November 20th.
November 20th.
Yes.
Man.
Still a WIP title. We don't
Yes.
know the title yet.
We don't
we'll
know.
be surprised
It's
when
gonna
it
work
comes
itself out.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
will.
Yeah.
But it'll have Steve Caballero in the title.
Okay.
It has to at this point.
Dubs. The Caballero.
That Caballero. I mean, it has a ring to it, but I don't know if that's it yet. I don't know.
I don't know. It's kind of like it's a producer, kind of the people that are distributing it. It's their plan. They didn't like the title. They wanted it to be clued in with my name. So
I love the Caballero though.
thanks.
It embodies everything.
Thank you.
Shoes. You.
Well, the first title was called Defying Gravity. That was the title.
It should maybe Caballero defying gravity. Just add a little Caballero. Well, listen, we don't want to take up all your time. I know you got a lot of people here that you want to talk to
Yeah,
and everything.
I'm excited.
Thank you so much for stopping
Yeah,
by and
thank you so
sharing
much,
a little
Steve.
bit. We
Appreciate it.
appreciate you.
Appreciate
Steve Caballero, everybody. We'll be right back with another guest in like 2 minutes, so stay tuned.
Peace.
Hell yeah. Thank you, Steve.
So much. That was
We
great.
appreciate you, bro.
Dude.
you got to be there. And I was like, what did I do when?
When did
Oh.
this project happen?
We're almost
Here we
there.
go.
We are.
Hello.
We're back with the legendary Jaime Reyes.
Yes.
Aloha.
How are you?
I'm a little nervous, but how are you?
I'm nervous too.
We're all nervous. Let's just be nervous together.
Okay. Yeah, because,
No, but listen, you shouldn't be nervous. You guys, this is a huge honor, right?
Yes.
Skateboarding Hall of Fame. Come on.
yeah.
It's crazy.
Did you foresee this in your future?
I did not foresee this in the future. And like I said, I was like, holy shit, my name. Oh, sorry. Holy bleep, my name's on the thing right there.
Yeah.
So to me, it doesn't feel real quite yet. But as the day is going, I'm like, oh my God, this is real.
Pinch me.
I know.
Yeah.
Can you pinch me?
It'll sink in when you're shoving that trophy into your suitcase to take it back home.
No doubt.
I heard it's heavy.
Yeah.
It's
It's going to add some weight. You might have to carry it on instead of putting it in your suitcase.
Will I get, I got TSA pre-check. Will they hassle me?
I don't think so. I
It's
think
not
you
a
can
weapon,
carry your
right?
trophy.
Yeah.
Could you be used as
I
a
mean,
weapon?
will they consider it a weapon? I don't know.
We can get you a chain.
Oh, that'd be sick.
Yeah.
To go on this chain?
Yeah, chain.
Yeah,
You
okay.
can put it on the chain.
That'd be sick, but I might be hunchback over.
Yeah, it might do something
A
like
little
that.
bit,
Yeah.
and
It might be good
If
for
I'm hunched, I can't switch ollie or switch flip or anything.
You don't want to do that.
Yeah.
Let's not do that.
Well, I'm not
Yeah, it's not good for
talking
the
about
back.
skating with it on. I just meant to get on the plane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't want to mess up my posture.
But wait a minute, how are your switch flips looking these days?
I feel like my switch flips and switch heels are looking pretty good.
Nice.
Okay.
Nice.
You know, it's almost, 90s, 2000 Reyes.
Nice.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm,
know,
So-
I'm struggling right now, but it's not about me. But
I'm doing the best I can. I'm trying
Yeah.
to make it work.
yeah,
So
that's
we're
how we can do.
So we're talking about maybe a video part on the horizon. Is that what we're talking about?
I don't know, Jeremy. Yes, I would love to film a video part.
Yeah.
Um,
You should. Why not?
me and you. Let's do a joint part
dual,
together.
A duo part.
Yeah, and then Doren can just overshadow us.
I mean, he'll get footage easy. I'll take about 4 years, and you probably can get a bunch of footage quickly too. So you guys will both be waiting on me.
No, I
Well,
think
well.
I think we can do this in a week. It doesn't have to be.
Excuse me.
I think we can do this in a week. I don't.
In a week?
Yeah.
I love your
If
attitude.
if I had a whole week here, us together, I think we can do it.
I definitely would try my
I think
hardest
so.
to get at least
I
a
don't
couple
think-
clips.
It doesn't have to be like the 90s where the video had to be 2 hours long or
Right.
an hour and a half long.
True.
These days it's like Instaclips, right? So, what, a good 2.5, 3 minutes between all of us? I think we can make a good video part.
That can work.
I feel
yeah,
really.
it'll be a collabo part.
I'm not mad at that.
Yeah.
I'll try my hardest.
I feel really nervous right now.
Nervous.
Yeah, there's no way I can do a video part in a day.
Excuse me, honey. I've been watching your YouTube clips. I know you got switch heel manuals. I know.
I got a
I
few.
see you skating on the gram and on the YouTube.
I got a few
You too,
little.
Doren. It'll be fine.
I got
I
a
can
few
still roll
clips.
around.
I know you roll
I don't put as
around.
much work as I should put into
This
it,
guy
but
plays it down like he doesn't skate, and he's like, he acts like the goofball, but we all know.
Goofball.
We
I
all
don't
know he
man.
rips.
he does still have it.
Yeah.
I gotta
try.
I got a few. I got a few. I mean, I sit in a chair these days and talk, so I gotta
It's
get out. I
refreshing.
gotta
You
get.
talk a lot, but I see you skating.
I gotta get out more. Let's put it that way. I gotta
No,
get out more.
I feel like you do. I feel like you don't post anything.
Right.
But
Well,
I feel like you don't post anything, which is okay. You don't have to be an Instagram star. I don't care. I know because I've seen on other people's clips that you're skating. So, you don't necessarily have to
Yeah.
post. So I know you've been skating.
I
Same
w-
as Doren. Like, Doren doesn't post stuff. Doren doesn't post stuff, but I see on other people's gram that he's been skating. I know you guys have been skating.
okay,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Let's let it be known that we've been skating.
Yeah, and that's
Yeah.
why I
Still
feel like
trying.
we can do a part.
Yeah.
And like I said, if we did a collabo part, us three, like I said, it doesn't have to be like.
Okay, well, can I have a little
2
bit
hours
of
long?
can I,
No.
get can I have a little bit of heads up if you're going to come into town next? I can get a couple days in advance or a week to try to go out and film a couple clips. You come into town, we go skate for the weekend or a week or whatever, then we'll wrap it up.
Yeah.
I just need a little head start.
Okay.
Yeah, is that
Yeah.
okay?
We'll figure it out.
We got to figure something out.
We'll figure something out. You teach me how to manual, because I suck at manuals.
Okay.
And
That's not a strong point? No?
have you ever, any of my video parts have a manual in it?
None,
No.
not one of them. Really?
Just ledges, stairs, gaps, flat ground.
Okay.
No.
You're
That's
covering
all-
a lot of other territory,
Yeah,
so it's all right.
That's all you
My
need.
manuals are basically, manuals is like my kryptonite. I was out skating yesterday with Lisa, and I was like, manual pad, probably 20 feet long, and I was like, I want to manual that, but I don't think I can.
20 feet is a little long.
Yeah.
It's a little long
I was like,
for a manual pad.
yeah, but you could do it, and you
Well,
could do it.
yes,
you guys,
of
you
course
guys got
I could
manuals.
do
I
it.
Let's
want,
do manual.
Yeah.
and I feel like I need to learn how to manual. It's low impact, and I won't get hurt.
So true. This is very
All right,
true.
you still can get hurt, but
You
not as
can.
bad.
There
I
you
mean,
go.
listen,
Slow impact.
There you
I'll
go.
do a slappy curb and go down hard. Those things will take you out. So I think you could get hurt doing almost anything.
Yeah, slappies are a little different. Yeah, they hit.
You know, I learned slappies like during the pandemic,
Yeah.
and it took me forever to learn how to slap because everybody's been doing slappies, and I was like,
That's
how
the new trend.
How the F is how do you do this? And I started skating in the 90s.
Yeah.
So, but I
But you
never,
avoided that.
I never learned how to slappy, just like pressure flips. When everyone was doing pressure flips, was in
Yeah.
pressure flips and late shove-its.
Yeah.
I was learning how to skate switch. That's
There
why I
you go.
can't. Those are my kryptonite.
Okay.
But now I'm like, I want to learn how to slappy. I can slappy, but you might have to give me 2 days.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna be real.
So you feel comfortable.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it is a different beast than just trying to ollie into a grind and just shoving your board into it. It is different.
Yeah.
It
It's
is.
really bizarre.
So, the Rock Ridge ledges, curbs
Mm.
in Oakland, those curbs are not too high and not too little, but they're perfect to slappy. I
Okay.
love those curbs. And Barker Barrett, because he skates there all
Oh.
the time,
Oh yes.
he told me to get on just like you were doing a 50-50 on a quarter pipe.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, I suck at that, but I will learn. You know, like it took me a long time, but I have like because I have a mini ramp, so I was like practicing 50-50 stalls.
Yeah.
That's how you get on,
Yeah.
right? Is that how you get
I
on?
can get that concept. Yeah.
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 That's what Roger says. Act like it's a mini ramp, like
Yeah.
50-50, you know?
Like do it like a 50-50.
Yeah. But I think the main thing, we could talk about skating all day long. You got to come on our show and come hang out with us.
Come on. When's the next time you're going to be out here? Besides,
I don't know.
We got to make it
I got to
happen.
get you this week then.
Well, we got
while
to do
you're
a
here.
9 club and we got to film a video part, I guess.
Yeah, we got to film the video part, then the
First?
nightclub.
And but first and
But drop
foremost,
the video part after the
After?
nightclub.
first and foremost, you got to accept a trophy today. So
Yes.
congratulations on being inducted in the Skateboarding Hall of Fame.
Very, very
Amazing.
cool.
I'm waiting for my trophy, although I probably won't get one for skateboarding. Maybe podcasting though. I'm
Maybe.
trying to get them to do a podcast division. You know.
If you get one, it maybe might be 10 years from now.
I think you get one.
You know what I mean?
I was
Okay.
always a fan of your skating.
Oh, I appreciate that. Oh, you know what? If I don't get, maybe I could borrow your trophy.
You know, you can borrow it.
Yeah, I can. Okay.
We'll just scratch my name out, right?
Or you meant just borrow it.
I would never scratch Jaime Reyes' name off
No.
the trophy. I'll tell you.
Eh.
She said, huh?
Okay, we get a sticker. How about that?
Okay,
Oh, to
with a little
cover it up?
sticker, and then
Yeah.
I'll fake
and
the
then
funk
when-
for a little
yeah.
bit, and then I'll give it back to you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Jamie, thank you so much for stopping by. We really appreciate you.
Yeah.
And
Thank you for
congrats
having
on
me.
everything. I've been a fan since day one.
What year was that? Just wondering.
She
I'm gonna
must have
call
taken
you
it
out.
down now.
We'll be right back in 2 minutes with another guest, so stay tuned. Appreciate
Yes.
it. Yes.
Thank you, Jamie.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much.
You have something that you think is nothing, and nothing ever comes from something. You are everything in your story, and that's what makes you extraordinary. There can be a space between what you hold so close. Close your so outgoing eyes and find what you love most. what you hold so close. Your chapters never want to end, your bookstores never close. There can be a space between what you hold so close. Diamonds on the inside and they're blooming into a rose. There the paper goes. If you have something that you think is nothing, nothing ever comes from something. You are everything in your story, and that's what makes you so extraordinary. Extraordinary. Yeah. Thank you.
So nice.
That was so beautiful, guys.
Lovely.
Let's give it up for Adrian and
Lovely.
Edie. Woo! We see all you guys back there. It's funny because the sun's over
I
here. It's
see you in the shade.
We see through the sun. Let's see.
I'd like to thank Laura Thornhill for making this
Yes.
possible, and
Thank you.
yeah,
Yes, thank you, Laura,
Thanks,
for
Edie,
having
for
us
putting-
here.
and the Van Dorens, of course.
Thank you so much. This is a dream, literally. And speaking of dreams,
Do you have a memory of a dream?
I think I do have a memory of a
Yes.
dream last time I checked. Unless I'm to California Dreaming.
Not yet.
So, this next song is a song I wrote a long time ago. Actually, when I was in Rome and I saw this yellow butterfly kind of flittering by, and I was like, why do I keep seeing this yellow butterfly everywhere? And it was all of a sudden just there. Everywhere I went, there's a yellow butterfly. Adrian remembers, right? I'm just kidding.
Yes, vividly.
I raise butterflies, so I can relate.
Yes, you can relate.
I
That's
do.
right. And you can hear this song on Apple Music, by the way.
Yay!
So go find it.
Thank you.
What's it called?
It's called The Memory Will Do. Thank you guys so much for coming.
Not for us, but for the ceremony. All right.
It's all you.
Waking up in a memory, I was in this perfect place. A day I never thought I'd have. The perfect sky to compensate for the things I can't replace. A day I knew I couldn't describe. Just missing the moment. High with grace, she laughs as the sun falls down. And you may catch her laughing too. Hi, Steve.
Hi.
A doleful laugh, the kind where you're so happy you feel sad, but you know you'll see her soon. But tells the world to breathe through the air she flies. The air we say we need, and I'd do anything to get up and go where you do. But I'll see you when there'll be the things you wait in line just to meet. And then you wonder if you'll see them again. And all the while you fall into the backseat of a smile when no one's there to see what you're smiling about. Brush it off, the brush you run through when you were feeling tough. For a moment ran for a mile, but butterfly tells the world to breathe through the air she flies, the air we say we need. I'd do anything to get up and go where you do, but I'll see you again. A memory will do. Yeah, yeah. Memory will do. Yeah, yeah. The cherry tree gets a little bit taller, and that's okay because I'm taller too. The street I'm on gets a little bit bolder, 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 but it doesn't change where I'm walking to. And every time I get farther from a memory, the more I wanna go back, but I have to be free. Yeah, yeah. But I have to be free. Yeah, yeah. But I have to be free. Yeah. But I have to be free. But I have to be free. Yeah.
Bryce Wetstein.
Beautiful.
Original composition. You got to push with your
Thank you.
arm.
And there's Mike. Also my greatest inspiration
Yeah,
of all time.
yeah.
Hey, Mike, guess what? Guess what's in front of me right now? A mic. I'm just kidding.
Oh, God. Ba-dum-bum.
First words Mike McGill ever said to me. Hey, is this your Tiger Milk Bar? Whose Tiger Milk Bar is this? Is this your Tiger Milk Bar? 2 in the morning
Mike.
at the
Mike.
Hoffman's house. Just before the Upland contest.
Wait a second.
Is
Okay,
that your Tiger Milk Bar?
we're going to do a little song. It's called the Skateboard Yodel Song. And yes, I will yodel.
Ooh. Glad I wore the right shirt.
Yes, ma'am, sir. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, there's a skater that I know. He's riding in a combi bowl. A fellow, he really makes me glow.
Uh-huh.
I love him and he loves me, and that's the way it ought to be. But it drives me crazy when we're making love, because he always starts to yodel. Oh-da-lo-dee, oh-da-lay, um-da-da-lo-dee, oh-da-lay, um-da-da-lo-dee, oh-da-lay, um-da-da-lo-dee. Oh-da-lo-dee, oh-da-lay, um-da-da-lo-dee, oh-da-lay. When he led me down that aisle, I had such a pretty smile. And my he wore blue suede Vans. And the parson said, do you always promise to be true? My cowboy smiled and skater sat, he cleared his throat. And he started to yodel. Oh-da-lo-dee, oh-da-lay, um-da-da-lo-dee, oh-da-lay, the lordy, hoodle, the lordy. Oh, the lordy, hoodle, the lordy. Hoodle, lordy. Well, he was skating one night, and the moon was shining bright, and I knew I was under his spell. He was skating right and left, and I said, hey, get the drift. And my skater smiled and gently cleared his throat. And he started to yodel. Oh, lordy, hoodle, the lordy, hoodle, the lordy, hoodle, the lordy.
We appear on that television, then we're on.
That's when we're good.
And we're here with Christian Hosoi.
Yes.
Yes. My
The
God.
legend himself.
I don't know. I'm here with the 9 Club legends.
No. No.
Chris and Jerron. Come on.
I don't know,
Listen.
man.
Master skaters.
Right now, there's
Let's
no.
trade some tricks, okay?
I mean, I would love to trade some
Yeah,
tricks,
yeah,
to be
let's do
honest.
it, let's
I
do
What
love
about?
that.
Hey, what about some trophies, huh? Combi.
Wow.
Yeah, that was an amazing moment for me. Kind of like a bucket list moment, you know, to be going to that event year after year and just, you know, getting second place, third place, you know what I mean, and just to finally have a win there. It's like icing on the cake for the combi, the block, you know what I mean, the legacy of that pool, one of the first indoor skate park at a mall.
Yeah.
You know, start that, you know, kind of like a trend of like the mall skate parks, but then they all died, but that one stayed alive. And so, and then obviously the Super Bowl of skateboarding was there, the Vans, you know, Park Series pool party.
Yeah.
And, you know, I judged them. I skated in them, but you know, and it's the last one,
The
you know.
last
you know,
one, I was
that's
gonna
like
say.
a moment in my life where I was like, this is it. You know, I got hurt a couple days before the contest, jacked my knee, and I just went like this, just go in there and skate. Don't think about falling, just go. And, you know, I fell, landed on my head, not on my knee. So I was able to continue skating and to
Take
you know,
one on the
for the
head.
head.
yeah,
instead of the knee.
and to actually complete the contest is something that I attest to God. God gave me that moment. You know, the Lord, you know, has been good to me. You know, I've got 25 years of sobriety.
Amazing.
And
Congrats,
to,
bro.
you know, 40 years of Hosoi skateboards. So there's a lot of things this year, and it started in January, you know what I mean, in 2025, and that contest was at that beginning moment of all those iconic things that, you know, monumental moments in my life.
Yeah.
The
And
culmination
so
of everything.
for that to be how I started off this year has been something that has just springboarded me into just being so thankful, so appreciative over just what skateboarding means to me, what the people in skateboarding mean to me, all those that, you know, the fans, but also my peers, you know, that we actually pushed each other. You know what I mean? You have peers that you
yeah.
skated with, that you were inspired by, that made you go out and do it.
That helped elevate
you know,
you, yeah.
that camaraderie
Yeah.
that really kept that fire burning. And, you know, it's been an amazing year so far. We're only halfway through.
True.
You know what I mean? And the Hall of Fame is here. You know, they asked me to host it and
Yeah.
just to be able to say anything about any of the inductees, but all the people here, you know, it's special to me.
Well,
you know
you-
what I mean?
I mean-
Something
It is.
special that I think everyone should look at it as something, you know, as reverence. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like getting your pro model, signature model. There should be reverence in that.
Big
And I
time.
think that that's something that's coming back to the sport that, you know, because we're talking about it. You know, I'm telling my riders about it. I'm talking about it to other, you know, people, business owners, you know what I mean, and what it means. And those, our peers who grew up on,
Yeah.
you know, a signature pro model was everything. Winning a contest was everything. It was your career.
Right.
There wasn't like any image, personality. It was competition. And so I think there's honor coming back to those things. But then, you know, skateboarding is skateboarding. It's lifestyle.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful thing to be able to, you know, just do what you want to do, and it becomes something that, you know, really is not controllable.
Yeah.
You cannot put skateboarding in a box. It's unique.
true.
It's something that's artistic. You know, somebody says it's a sport. No, it is a sport, but it's a lifestyle.
Right.
Yeah.
And I
right.
think that that's the beautiful thing about skateboarding that really attracted me, probably just as much as being a world champion,
Yeah.
is that it was my life. You know
And
what
it
I
still
mean?
is.
Yeah.
And that's a beautiful thing about skateboarding, though. It's everybody, we live, breathe skateboarding, right? And the people who put on the Skateboarding Hall of Fame lived and breathed it. Like, we're all skateboarders. It doesn't matter if you were the top champion or just some dude who loves skating, right? Who like puts together an event like this, or the museum, or Vans for that matter. You know what I mean? Like, loving skating is like.
Well,
a
that's
part
the
of it,
passion
you know?
part. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? I don't do it for the money, even though I got paid a lot. It didn't matter. It was
Right.
like I would have paid to do it, and I did in the beginning stages. And you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like when we were amateur, we didn't accept any money. My dad paid for my ways to get there, and we were like, you know, just in it to win it. And I think that that's the heart and soul of, you know, when you love something, you'll not only participate in it, but you'll respect it, you'll protect it, and you'll want to, you know, tell everybody about it. You know what I
Right.
mean? And
Right.
and really exhibition it, what it looks like. You know, a lot of people, you know, people go, yeah, words, but action speaks louder than words sometimes.
No
to
doubt.
people who are looking, because they don't want to listen, they want to see if it's true and what you're talking about. And I think that that's been, you know, something that I've learned. How I looked at people is like, do they back up what they say? You know, you could be a good talker, but do you really back up what you're talking
No doubt.
about? And I think that that's where Poser came out. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And we really said, you know what? Poser, because you know, you don't back up what you say. You're
For
not.
sure.
You're a hypocrite, right?
Right.
But we put a word on it.
Right.
You're a poser,
Yeah.
and then you're just, you know, never wanted to be a poser.
No.
Like, that's the last thing that we would, and that's why it's Jay Adams did 100% skateboarder.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's a surfer. He's this iconic guy who like created this palette of like lifestyle of skating that we just love to do it
Right.
with our friends, and to, you know, remember where we came from, surfing, who our predecessors were, who our idols were. I think that that's another thing that even you guys could probably talk about, who you idolized, who you looked up to,
Big
why
time.
you are still here talking about it, why you want to do 9 Club.
Oh, yeah.
I think that that's the special when it comes to, like, you know, where we're at in skateboarding.
Yeah.
I think, you know, the Olympics is great, the X Games are great, the business, you know, where it's just image and lifestyle of skateboarding is amazing, and then the influence, it's inspiring people in their identity to go out and not only just be a skateboarder, to fall down, to actually get back up, make that trick, to actually feel that, like, you know, victory,
Right.
which they take that into life.
Big time.
And, you know, when you get knocked down in business or your job or your, you know, relationships, you know, parenting or being a son or a daughter, I think that, you know, that overcoming and succeeding, it goes into every area of life. And
Big time.
skateboarding teaches you that
Yeah.
just when you're working on a trick.
Yep.
Just when you're hanging out with your friends, you know what I mean?
Isn't that
It's like
crazy?
that
Yeah.
perseverance, that never giving up attitude, and, you know, really just, you know, being a person that's resilient. You know what I mean? When it comes to opposition, it comes to, like, life, and life gets tough. You know, I'm a person that knows about that. You know, life can get tough. Make some bad choices, and next
Yeah.
thing you know, you're in a little pickle.
Yeah.
But your choices can turn it all around.
For sure.
You
Yeah.
know what I mean? Like I said, 25 years. I never thought in a million years I'd be sober. I thought I was going to be partying to the day that I died,
Yeah.
and I was going to be loving it. But you know what? God had a
That's
different
crazy,
plan.
yeah.
You know, and now I can give people hope that they can still be cool, still skate, still hang out while people are raging, and
Totally.
be different. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And, you know, I thank God, I thank the Lord for that I'm still alive. You know what I mean? I've been through some tough stuff.
Oh,
You know what I mean? I'm surprised I'm sitting here in front of you guys. So
But the
I've got that
resilience.
to be thankful for,
Yeah.
let alone just being here with all these legends, iconic, Hall of Famers.
Oh, yeah.
Like, this is an amazing moment.
It is. It
The
is.
resilience shines through, bro. Christian, we really appreciate you, bro.
Yes, sir.
Skateboarding loves you, brother.
Yeah, I love you guys. It's great to see you guys like highlight people, talk to people, let them be themselves, you
Yeah.
know, on, the 9 Club. I think
Thank
it's
you.
an organic, podcast that really does give the person the opportunity to say what they feel versus
Right.
continually saying the same thing, the same type of interview.
Yes.
And it's very cool what you guys do.
Thank you. Thank
Yeah,
you. It's
yeah.
nice to actually see somebody talk and see the expression on their face and what they actually mean, the sentences coming out of their mouth. Because before that, I just read interviews.
Right.
I didn't really get to see people talk.
Yeah, I still have people coming up to me and saying your 9 Club interview, and they'll
Yeah.
tell me how it influenced them. They'll tell me what made them, stoked on it. They're like, your laugh.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, your
All the little
laugh,
things,
bro.
yeah.
Your laugh just made me so happy, and I'm like, that's sick. You know what I mean?
You,
That,
do, you do have a contagious laugh. You do.
And
you
that's
do.
the infection we want to have
Yeah.
on people. You
Yes.
know, the Bible says laughter is like health to the bones. You know what I mean? And I think people need to have joy.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and you don't know what people are going through at
No
times.
doubt.
And when you can bring a little bit of joy in their lives in an interview or telling a story, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And sharing how you dealt with a hard, hardship in your life, a trial and tribulation, and then they go, wow, I need that right now.
Totally.
You
Yep.
know what I mean? I need that right now. I can't believe that now I can actually have a weapon in my arsenal,
Right.
to be able to fight this battle that I'm going through.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So very, very cool opportunity that you guys gave me, and
I
people
love
still
it.
talk about it.
You got to come back on and,
Yeah.
and come hang out with us.
would
I
love
love that it was 77 too.
Dude.
7. Yeah. I
Oh,
love the
and-
number.
If you got
You know what I mean?
if you got
It's-
another number that you like, we'll save that
Yeah,
number
yeah.
for you, and you
I'm
come on
good.
down.
It's organic. Whichever one it lands on, it lands
There
on.
you
Yeah,
go.
that's
You
true
know what I mean?
too.
God
That's
plans
true.
that. God
That's
plans
true.
that.
My
Hey,
man.
Christian, we really appreciate you.
Yeah, I already
And man, do you have any advice to these Hall of Famers
Well,
that are
I mean,
coming
right
up?
here we have Larry Bertlemann.
Dude,
Just
he's like
he-
the fan favorite right now. Everybody's talking about Bertlemann out there.
well, what he did for surfing. Obviously, he brought the style, the aggressiveness, to skateboarding, and he skated. During that time, and when you have guys that I looked up to, the Jay Adams, the Tony Alva, you know what I mean, who are my predecessors, they're like Shogo Kubo, those are my idols.
Right.
That's it. And when they're talking about him as being the guy,
Right.
and then Pat Ngoho being inducted, who does the
Yes.
Burt Revert, and I do the Burt Revert because Pat Ngoho did the Burt Revert,
The Burt
and it was
Revert.
all in ode to Larry Bertlemann.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so this is that time where we're actually giving homage to people who have caused an effect to what we do on a
Oh.
skateboard, and it's Larry Bertlemann
Yeah.
that brought that next level from surfing. And he changed surfing. Surfers were like, beautiful, doing things, and then he was aggressive. And you're like, that is punk rock.
Right.
That's skateboarding. Because, we had to like bring them together and add our own to it. And, skateboarding accepted punk rock as that, the attitude, and with the aggressive style of surfing, my guys, Jay Adams, Shogo, Tony Alva, they were like, this is it right here in the backyard pool. And you're just like, that's expression. That's expressing yourself. That I think is art. That's the art side of skateboarding that people are trying to find. That's what,
Right.
when
Right.
you start skating, you're like, what's so special? Well, that's what started those special things about skating. Street has that same stuff.
Right.
You guys need to, bring those guys up to talk about that. I
yeah.
happen to be there, so I'm pretty cool with understanding like those pinnacle moments with
Yeah.
Gons, Nodis, Dressen.
Right.
You know what I mean? That Tommy Guerrero. Me and Tommy were in the first street style contest ever.
Yeah.
In 1982. So me and Jay Adams drove up there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah,
Straight
yeah.
to Frisco and entered.
Wow.
So I'm blessed to be able to say I was there. I think the viewers that we get to, share the stories with will get inspired.
Yeah.
And another decade, another, however long, people are watching these episodes or seeing us talk. Because I know I'm going to be here for a while.
There you go.
I believe
Definitely
God's
are,
got big
man.
plans for me, so you know what I mean. There's no way I'm going to be sailing to the by and by yet.
Like, I'm
You know what I mean?
I'm staying right here.
Even though I can't wait for VIP status with my pool
you
made
go.
out of gold with my mansion.
It's still on the list. It's still on the
Oh
bucket list.
yeah, it's being prepared for me.
Well, listen, I know we got a short time here, and I know you got a lot of fans out there, and you want to go mingle and everything, but thanks for taking the time and hanging out with us.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, John.
We
Really
appreciate
appreciate
you,
it.
brother.
God bless you guys out there. Wish you guys were all here.
Yes.
But you're not.
We'll be right back.
My God. Yeah.
We're live.
We're here.
We're live here. We're back with none other than the man,
Yes, he
Salma
is.
Agha.
Good to see you guys.
We made flyers to not invite him, but he found out anyway. If you've
man.
watched his episode or
love
know
that.
his story, you'll
You
know
brought it back
exactly what
full
I'm
circle
talking
here.
Don't
about.
tell Solomon, but here he is.
Dude, how are you doing?
I'm doing great.
Hey,
I'm
thank you
doing
so
great.
much for chatting with us a little bit. Did you say 2022 inductee?
Yes, 22.
How
3
was
years
that?
ago.
How did you, I mean, like when we're growing up skating, first of all, for me, turning pro or being sponsored wasn't even a thought in my mind.
Yeah.
Then that happens. And then, the Skateboarding Hall of Fame, that doesn't even seem like a thing either. You're not even thinking about that.
Yes.
But then it becomes a reality. Like, how does it feel? Is it like turning pro? Is it like just another honor, trophy, contest? Like, how do you sum it up?
I mean, honestly, like my whole journey through skateboarding has been one of learning, right? So I kind of feel like, obviously at my age, it's hard to push those boundaries, they're more personal instead of like pushing the boundaries for what other people are going to aspire to, but I have to say that all of it feels surreal, really, because I was talking to, so I got an opportunity to see a sneak peek of the Caballero documentary.
I heard
that's
We
nothing
were
but
coming
good
out.
just
things.
talking about it.
And I had to, it's crazy to think like how many people grow up idolizing someone and their first impression or first conscious sort of view or whatever, like perception of a person is that they're a god or a hero. And then over time to become intimately acquainted with someone as a close friend, like Cab and I've become, and it just, I don't know, it all just feels unreal, And honestly, I was telling someone the other day, like, actually, Cab and I were talking last night, and I said to him, when I got Skater of the Year, because he asked me about it, I said, I was so surprised, and I thought, I'm still learning how to skate. Like, how could I even be receiving something like this when I feel like I just learned to
you
ollie.
you feel like it
I
was
felt like
like-
I just learned to ollie like a couple years ago,
But you got it early on. What-
I did.
Yeah.
I mean, I was very young, and it was early. It was '93. I think I was the fourth one to receive that award.
Amazing.
But anyhow, yeah, it all feels. It's a crazy feeling.
I can imagine. Yeah.
I don't really try to put too much weight on it either. It's like we're humans, we're brothers. We're family people,
Totally.
we're business people, we're artists, we're collaborators, we're all kinds of things. So I just feel very fortunate. And I honestly, I live in gratitude, and I say that, where I've ever gotten in life is because of riding a toy that I fell in love with when I was a little kid.
Yes.
It's
and
funny.
I really love that
Yeah, it's
about
funny
life.
because I think 90% of the people can say that here.
Yeah.
It's like
1,000%.
the only reason why I'm sitting here with you and with all these people is because of a skateboard,
Yeah.
a toy. It was a toy to me when
Yeah,
I
when you
first
got
got it.
But it's an amazing connection. It's cool. Like, my wife's a total outsider, right? So she didn't grow up skating. We actually met at a skateboard contest at Powell when we were kids. And
Powell
then-
Skate Zone?
Yeah, and then
Amazing.
reconnected like decades later. But it's interesting to hear her talk about what it feels like to be around this.
From an outside perspective.
Like
Yeah.
we have a connection, this very intrinsic connection because of a love that we have for something that we grew up with and a passion, and it connects us in a way that other people marvel at, really. When
Truly.
they see it, they're like, wow, like it's beyond family, or
Yeah.
it's a spiritual connection
It really
in such
is.
a amazing, beautiful way. And like, I've really never thought of it that way, but she brought it to my attention, and I thought, yeah, it really is. Like, I get around people that I grew up with, I haven't seen them for a long time, or we have skateboarding in common, and it's just instantly like when we were kids, when you saw a skater and you're like, oh my God, like that's my homie.
Yeah.
You skate, I skate, we're buddies.
I was gonna
You know?
say strangers.
Yes.
It's the only thing that I know of, and I can't even explain it to other people when they say like, I can go anywhere in the world
Yeah.
and find a skateboarder and be accepted into their home, eat their food, be showed around the
100%.
town, like it, and the same for them coming here or whatever.
Yes.
I can't even. I don't know if anybody else knows.
No, there's no other sport that gets down like how skaters get down. It's just we have so much admiration for each other, and the respect level is just so.
Yeah, it's very cool.
Yeah.
And tonight I'm really stoked. You know,
Especially
Sheffey,
something like this.
Karma, Wade.
Oh yeah.
Sal Barbier.
Sal Barbier.
Barbier, yeah.
I mean,
Bucky
I
Lasek.
have so many memories with all those guys.
Yeah.
You know, Andrew Reynolds, who came later after me, who I have a lot of respect for as a skater, someone who's been so influential in skateboarding. And obviously there's people on that list tonight that preceded myself and us and whatever that I also have grown to respect. And as I've gotten older, have been able to get out of myself and like have appreciation for what they did and the groundwork that they laid, you know.
You're one of the reasons why I'm here. Big reason.
Well, I mean, someone else was the reason I was here, you
There
know
you
what
go.
I'm saying?
Yeah,
So like
yeah.
I just wanted to pass that on. And
Straight up.
honestly, like Jaron, when I can remember seeing you like it was yesterday at the skate zone and the power that you had as a young skater, and I thought you're going to contribute to the progression of street skating for sure.
I
And of
appreciate
course,
that, bro.
you have been a huge part of that, you
Yeah.
know. And the culture, you know, beyond
that helped me.
beyond just landing tricks, you know, because we all know, and that's another thing that's really interesting. It's like I feel very fortunate that we were part of a time where there was something more than trickery. You know, everyone brought a little something else, you know, and
Yeah.
I think that's a beautiful thing. And I see that in a lot of the young skaters now. It's still carrying on,
Yeah.
even though it's a much more
It's a bigger pool.
exposed, you know, activity. But yeah, I'm just full of gratitude. I'm grateful.
I love it, man. I
Regardless of whether I have any awards or accolades or respect or admiration
Right.
as a child, to come up loving something and to be able to stay connected to it all these years is a really amazing thing.
Yeah.
The
I feel
original
the same.
Switch God.
Straight up.
The original Switch God.
Yeah.
What were you think? Like, you were just like, I'm just gonna skate backwards.
You know, it's funny. I was thinking about it. I was like, you know, we live in a world that's all about progress and
Yeah.
pushing the envelope. And who would have thought going backwards would be going forward? You know what I'm saying?
100%.
When you put it like that.
100%.
You know, sometimes you got to go backwards to go forward. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? So
and-
I don't know. You know, these were all. I don't want to say they were completely unconscious thoughts, but I think we grew up in a time where we were conscious about making our own, like being our own entity, like being
Right.
our own, having our own vibe, making a mark, like
Right.
doing something different, being outstanding, you know, in a way. So, I mean, that's what was. I mean, you look at Hosoi, Tony,
Yeah.
Cab, Lance, Gator, Jeff Phillips, all the people that were, you know, John Grigley. Like, I don't know. There's so many
A lot of good
names
pioneers that kind
that
of set that.
If you look at each one of those, they're all brands, basically. You know what I mean? They all
true.
have their own. John Lucero, Grasso. I mean, every
Yeah.
single one of those guys
Yeah.
had something about them that was more than just the tricks that they did.
Right.
You know what I mean?
This
So
is true.
I was inspired by that. Gons.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Huge.
Yeah.
Mark Gonzalez, you
Right.
know. Ray Barbie.
Some of the biggest.
You got to go backwards to go forward.
Yeah.
I like
I
that.
love that.
I love
Yeah.
that.
I'm gonna steal that. Is that okay?
Well, you've stolen a lot of stuff from
Yeah.
me, actually. No?
Dude, Salma and Agha, thank you so much for stopping by.
No, thank
And,
you.
Thank you, brother.
Go
Yeah.
visit his pizza shop, Pizzanista.
Pizza,
Yeah.
yes.
Tell him Krob sent you. Get 40%. No, I'm just kidding.
Pay triple.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, don't drop my name. Don't
Don't do
drop
that,
my
don't
name.
do that.
Yeah,
Thank
yeah.
you, guys. It's great
Dude,
to see you guys.
Salma and
Great to see
Agha,
you.
thank
Of
you
course.
so much.
Big love.
Appreciate
Yeah,
you.
of
We'll
course.
be right back.
Right on, Jaron. Love you, bro. Love you, man. Yeah. Yeah.
Like to see the green flashing, what the evening chasing my blues away, and all the clouds will go, and we just enjoy right now, and we have to sing loud. Oh, the sky, the sky. Thank you.
They just don't want it to be loud. They want to be acoustic.
Do you want to do, I have one more idea. You guys may know this one.
Extended set, extended set.
Extended set, sunset. At the Hall of Fame. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you to the Hall of Fame, you've been so great. We love all of you, let's do figure eights. I'm trying to get off the stage, but my legs won't move. I hope to go see and sing with all of you. I hope we have some fun today, seeing the nominees and skating all the way. Whoa. I love you, Edie and Adrian DeMay. Happy Hall of Fame. Woo, thank you.
Hey, let's hear it for the Sidewalk Surfers. One round of applause, please.
Just one. Just one. Just one.
Sneaker brands, you'll have to name the brand that makes each of the styles. Let's start with sneaker brands for 1,000. Skate high and old school. Adam. What is Nike? Sorry, no. Peter. What are Vans? There's the skater shoe, yeah, Vans. Wrist streaks. There's the skater shoe, yeah. There's the skater shoe, yeah, Vans. Wrist streaks.
All
There we
right,
go.
we're here with an inductee for 2025. Sal Barbier.
Working on that, huh?
I just did it just now. It's freestyle. Dude, how are you?
I'm great.
Dude, congratulations
Yeah, big
on
congrats.
being inducted into the Skateboarding Hall of Fame.
Thank you, Nine.
That is awesome. How do you feel? Are you ready? Do you have a speech prepared? Oh, no. Jeremy Klein,
Yes.
please. Please. Oh, my God.
Oh my God.
Jeremy Klein just did a fireball.
No, you didn't. That was an antic right there. Jesus.
Somebody get security. Somebody get security in here right now.
Dude.
Jeremy Klein is on a fireball cruise around the skateboarding
We're
Hall
trying to
of
get him
Fame.
on, but damn.
Look, I think he burned his throat. He's walking around kind of in a stupor.
There he is.
Bro. Holy moly.
Hey, that was a way to end it, man. Thank you so much, Sal, for coming on. And Skateboarding Hall of Fame. Like, you're being inducted with Sean Sheffey, Karma. I'm not sure how to say Karma's last name. I think I always...
Tosha.
I think you got it right. I butcher everyone's last name.
I butcher it.
I've been yelled at for that, so I'm not going to try.
I mean, it could be wrong, but I'm standing on it.
How does it feel, though? I mean, former teammate, Plan B, Sean Sheffey.
Oh, Sean and Mike, it's
Mike up.
Sean and Mike, it's great. I mean, I had the best times of my life on H Street. Jerron came to my house. I tortured you once with I kept spraying the spray-on deodorant all over you. Remember?
I
With
do
Lottie.
remember. Yeah.
You
These are hazing things.
We're getting
Yeah.
hazed?
I mean, yeah.
Sal Barbier?
But yeah, it's the greatest time ever. I
Yeah.
mean, you got to understand. I was coming from Louisiana, Baton Rouge, and then I was studying the fan of Shackle-Me Not, and I was
Classic.
like, oh, I'm going to go to California with $800, and then I'll turn around and come back home. And then I just ended up meeting, all of these people that I'd heard about or seen in the video, and immediately, imagine that, because you come out a lot of times, a lot of people come out, and I got really fortunate where I was like, all right, you got a new job, you get in the van with these guys, you got to go travel, you got to film this video,
Yeah.
you got to do these demos, and you'll get paid,
What a surreal experience, though, right?
Yeah, it was right away. It was insane. Mike Ternasky, God bless him, hooked it up, and it was like, wow. It was you can't script it any better. It was the best time of my life because those are my heroes. It was Danny Way, Matt Hensley, Ron Allen, Jeff Pettit, Ray Simmons, anyone in the 8th Street video, Mike Carroll. It's like, wow.
Crazy.
That's how the trip started. It's like I just met everyone that was in the video and skated with them, and because I was couch surfing, I just got to go everywhere.
Yeah.
Because I didn't have anywhere to stay anyway. So, yeah, it was an incredible journey.
I was just talking about this with Chris the other day. I was like, it almost seems like it was a dream that this happened. I don't mean for me in general, but I mean, again, going back to those times, it's like it was so long ago, but like it's still vividly in our minds. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because you don't think about. No one ever talked about a money or a contract or a sponsorship. You worried about boards because they were expensive. So you worried about boards, tape, shoes. That's what you were really concerned about shoes. If you're a fresh guy, you're like, damn. And they didn't have that many skate shoes, so you're always experimenting and shoes that didn't work.
Right.
Funny side note, I know you like funny stories.
No, we love stories.
I thought the Slam City Jam was maybe 5 or 6 hours away from San Diego.
No.
So I jumped in the van and picked up the Aesthetics guys with a pair of frickin' Air Force Ones, the Rasheed Wallace, and I got there and I could not do anything, dude. I could not.
Didn't work.
I couldn't ollie. I couldn't rock and roll. There's nothing I could do in them. But I looked cool. But damn, I couldn't do one thing.
It was a learning lesson.
And
I'm sure.
it wasn't 5 hours. It's 12 hours.
Yeah, that's a longer journey for sure.
The worst trip ever.
But you got one of the most iconic shoes in skateboarding, though, the 23.
Hands down.
Well, that was well earned through all those Marshalls trips I was just talking about. I tried everything, and the aesthetically they were there, but pulling out cardboard and insoles, and that was hard. That was a hard-earned journey.
You really like took the time and designed that shoe.
Well, I had been inadvertently doing it the whole time, you know.
Right.
I was like,
Right.
I had every shoe. I used to get clown because I had the chill shoe.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, you know.
But then a couple years later, then it was like, oh, that's the cool shoe. He had the cool shoe.
Well, the
way
chill
ahead.
shoe was like the shoe that skate shoes have just gotten a lot better looking, shall we say.
True.
And so me and Sean, we went out all the time.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So sometimes you got to upgrade the limpies and the airwalks, and
No doubt.
we were out. We were some young brothers on the town. You know, we needed to get in, so there was dress codes. So
No doubt.
we had a lot of shoes, and then
Yeah.
you do what you do when you have a lot of shoes. You start trying to skate on the ones that you like, and yeah, it was a long, hard-earned journey of ripping stuff apart, taping it, spray painting it.
Right.
That was my R&D.
And now it's coming back.
Yes, I mean,
Re-release.
the
It came
gift
back. It
that
came back.
keeps giving.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. How are they going to do? You know what's funny? It's like I didn't even think that I had a pair of 23s, but in some old footage, I'm fully, obviously wearing a pair of 23s.
Yeah, you look like you had a very Limp Bizkit era.
He was going somewhere with it.
Hey, we all did. I just mean you had bigger pants, you had big shoes, like
Yeah,
we had them.
100%.
You were
100%.
a big DVS guy, right?
Oh, huge DVS guy.
Okay.
Now, one of my favorite shoes is the Huff shoe, and that
Which
thing
is
was
a big shoe.
Huge.
Yeah.
It was massive.
And when
It
you
was
wear
like a
big shoes, you wear big pants.
Yeah.
And big shirts.
I kind of miss that though. Sometimes I see old footage and I'm like, that person's kit looks on point for a skateboarder.
Well, you can always go back.
It's kind of came back.
If you want to dress like System of a Down at age, I don't know how old are you now?
I'm only 25.
Wrinkled, if you want to put on some wrinkled cargo pants, and why are cargo pants never ironed? From that era, they're never ironed.
No, just throw them on. What do you
There's
mean?
always stuff in the pocket too. It's like very weird.
I don't know who put stuff in those pockets. I could never put
Well,
something
people
in those
had
pockets.
it was like tater tots, all types of.
Dude, somebody the other day he had a jacket or something, and I see he just put his whole jacket in his pocket down there. I'm like, the motherfucker, you put your whole jacket in there?
I mean,
That's what I'm saying. They in the '90s they kind of used the pockets.
Yeah.
they're not used now. You're right.
Well, I don't know. That's all throwback stuff. Junkos are back, and people use that pocket
Right.
in a way that was never used. I never wore those pants. We didn't wear them.
What about fuck pants?
No, I was a product of the blind gene.
Ah,
Yeah,
the
blind
And the
jeans.
Plan B pant was like a
The
blind
Yeah,
gene.
you definitely had the Plan B pant.
Well,
Yeah.
I want to tell you something because I may have told you this before when you were on our show, but I started skating in '91. Plan B videos were shortly after the blind video days, and you and the Plan B team were kind of my first taste of like skateboarding. Like blind video days was, but then to go on another level, like the way you guys were skating was just like beyond my comprehension, And I watched that video every day. I knew every click, I knew every clack, I knew your part to the T. So I want to just thank you.
Oh, wow.
For skating and just doing what you did, because that impacted me, and I'm sure it impacted a lot of people.
It impacted me as well.
Well, thank
A
you,
lot of
Mr. Robertson Geron. I never knew that.
Dude.
Awesome.
Especially
sure.
seeing a brother out there, because at that time there wasn't that many brothers.
Yes.
So we stood. It
Small
stood out.
unit,
It stood
huh?
out to me.
Yeah.
And it definitely
Right on.
helped me
Thank you,
along my
Geron.
journey.
So tonight, well-deserved Skateboarding Hall of Fame. Congratulations, bro.
Yeah.
Thank
big
you so
congrats.
much. I
Yeah,
appreciate
dude.
that.
And have fun out there. Go. The ceremony's about to start. So I think you're the first person up on stage to receive their trophy.
Really?
No, I don't know.
Really?
But dude, Sal, thank you so much.
Yes, thank
Appreciate
you
you.
guys.
We gotta get you on the
Congratulations
show
on
soon.
everything.
We have
Thank
to
you
know
guys
that.
for watching, and stay tuned for the ceremony coming up next.
Let's see if I go find.
everyone, please. We're queued up and ready to roll. We need you to find your seats. There's still seats available on the stage left side. If you have seats at a table, please make your way. We're ready to roll. Welcome, here we go.
We need to remember that skateboarding is the best fucking thing on earth, and that I am so grateful to have been a part of a group of fucking individuals that helped to shape and form it. And I just want everyone to remember how awesome it was and how awesome it is. Because it is really truly about the sound of fucking blazing wheels and barking trucks. If you ride a skateboard and you fucking love it like I think you love it, like I love it, you have the greatest life. So congratulations and welcome to the gang.
All right, what's up everybody? Welcome. Thank you guys. Wow, I'm so hyped right now. Thank you guys. I really appreciate you guys. Welcome to the Vans HQ. This is our third or fourth time being here at Vans, but I want everyone to know that Vans has been our main sponsor since day one. The very first ceremony we did in 2009 was at the Vans skate park, and it was much smaller than this. But who could have ever imagined it was going to turn into this? So I'm Todd Huber, and I'm the dude that started the Skateboarding Hall of Fame. So thank you guys. Welcome everybody. Trying to get some enthusiasm going tonight, get this thing started in a good way. So is there anybody here that has ridden a skateboard in the 1940s? I believe you, Ed. Okay, let's skip forward to the 1950s. Where's Jim Fitzpatrick? All right. How about the 1960s? TA, all right, I love it. The 1970s, that's going to be all of us. I'm even part of that crew. All right, the 1980s, all of us. Yeah, I just met Karma tonight. Karma, what's up? I'm so hyped right now. I'm not normally this excited. But just real quick, I just want to thank everybody for coming. I want to thank Vance. I want to thank Steve and his team. They're just legends. Like, seriously, without them, we would never happen. I've been wearing Vans since 1969. It's a long time. I'm old. Anyway, thank you guys for coming. I appreciate you all. I want to just thank all the volunteers. There's so many volunteers that came together to make this happen, and without them, we could never do this. I have to also thank Laura Thornhill. She's nuts. Like, I don't know how she pulls it off. She's insane. Like, she can become grouchy when she's busy, but I know when she's grouchy, things are getting done. So thank you, Laura. Honestly, you never get the love that you deserve. Stand up. Stand up. Laura, I guarantee everybody here talked to Laura. She really gets it done, and I like people that do things. So thank you, Laura. Without you, this would never have happened. I mean, that's pretty much it. I just want to thank everybody, welcome everybody here, and I want to encourage everybody to come visit the museum. If you've never been to the museum, we have a beautiful 10,000 square foot location that's open all the time. So this is a great night, and skateboarding brought us all together tonight. But come to the museum and visit because I think you'll be blown away. With that said, I want to introduce you to our chairman of the board, our board of directors, Mr. Jim Fitzpatrick. Thank you guys for coming.
Thank you, thank you. I have some housekeeping to take care of. But welcome to the Magic Show. All of us are brought together tonight by the magic of skateboarding. Whether you're a skateboarder or not, you're here tonight supporting skateboarding. Quick acknowledgement to the sidewalk surfers. Round of applause for our musicians, please. Edie, Adrian, and Bryce, as well as Chopper Dave for his DJ work. And also a shout out to Buddy Cohn and the Six Stairs production team who have put together an incredible array of video productions that will entertain us tonight. Behind the scenes, IT communications is Jeff Greenwood, also Chris Dawson, and also Laura again. And Larry and Louise Balma have been carrying on this family tradition of helping set up for years. So thank you, Larry and Louise. And this year again, we are live streaming. Renato, thank you for your expertise and casting this event around the world for skateboarders everywhere. And the 9 Club is here tonight. Chris, Jerron, and Kelly, thank you for participating. And then our MCs tonight, Messieurs Don Brown, Chris Pastras, and Christian Hosoi. So we will introduce them in a moment. And then Vans, thank you to all of the volunteers and people that have made it possible for us to be here, especially Steve and Christy. And I will introduce Steve in just a moment. Before I do, I want to say thank you to skateboarding. The magic of skateboarding first found me in 1957 when I was a skinny kid in San Diego in Bird Rock. And then it found me again at Topanga Beach in 1962 when Bill Cleary handed me a prototype for one of Larry Stevenson's Makaha skateboards with clay wheels. And then skateboarding found me another time in 1987 in Savannah, Georgia, when I joined the team of Stacy Peralta and George Powell and all of the members of the Bones Brigade, pro and amateur. And then, finally, leading into the 1990s, as the founder and executive director of the International Association of Skateboard Companies, when we succeeded lobbying in Sacramento and set in motion the liability law change that swept across the country, and now we have 4,400 skateboard parks around the United States. So I just want to thank you all. I want to thank skateboarding. And I need to turn over the microphone to Steve Van Doren.
Hey, thank you, everybody. We haven't heard a good cheer today. Let's hear it for skateboarding out there. Come on. All right. Lots of thanks going on. You know, one thing we started the very first year, we were in the Van Skate Park in Orange, and there was 100 people there. 2 of those inductees are here tonight. They're both named Tony Hawk and Tony Alva. Let's hear it for them, because we got like 600-700 here tonight and stuff. I want to thank our crew with Pete, Christy, Bob, Rhythm, Jose, everybody that helps out here with, of course, Louise. Thank you very much, Louise, for coming out all the time. Laura and Todd for putting their whole year worth of efforts into making this happen. And then you, of course, all the skaters being inducted as well as the past ones, come together to see the new inductees. So we're just very, very honored. I'm fired up because it's our 30th anniversary of the Vans Warped Tour, and we're going to have skateboarding on that again this year. We got Bucky Lasek, Caballero, Hosoi going to be out there ripping it up there this year and stuff. So if you're up to it, it's coming out for our 30th anniversary. It's in Long Beach. There's 82,000 people going to be there, but stop off and see a great time. But thank you to everybody in skateboarding for making this night happen. It's just a big reunion. I'm so proud to be able to host it here for Vans and everybody involved. Have a great night. Let's take it away.
So Don Brown, Christian Hosoi, and Chris Pastras, are we ready?
How are you guys doing out there? Are you guys excited? I don't know. I'm a huge fan of skateboarding if you haven't figured that out yet. But definitely, my name's Christian Hosoi, and I am excited to be able to be a host here at I think it's the 16th Annual Hall of Fame. Let's give it up for the 16th Annual Hall of Fame. And I mean, it's so young, but yet skateboarding seems so old because I feel old, right? I'll be 58 this year, and I'm still skateboarding. Earlier today, I was at the Van Skate Park with Pat Ngoho doing board slides. There he is. And he's getting inducted today, but this has been our life. This is what we have done since we were young. This is what we have respected. We've honored the past, honored those that did it before us, and that's what the Hall of Fame is. It's honoring the past, honoring those people who have paved the way before I ever even got a skateboard for the first time, which was I was about 6 months old when Jim Ganser brought a Makaha skateboard to my dad while I was still in diapers, rolling around the kitchen floor. But this is what we need to do to give honor to those who are in the past. So let's give it up for the Hall of Fame that gives honor to those who have done so much for the thing that we love. And
hey,
so
let me interrupt. Let's get a round of applause for this legend, Christian Hosoi. How much he's done for skateboarding. I mean, I grew up idolizing this guy, Marina Del Rey, the long hair, 1979. I had the magazines, thanks to my brother. And this guy has been an idol and a legend and a mainstay ever since. So round of applause for Christian Hosoi. Thank you, Christian.
Thank you, Dune. So right next to me, I got Don Brown. Give it up for Don Brown.
What's up, guys? You can tell this microphone was for Christian because it's down here. It's either Christian or Wee Man. Anyway, stoked to be here. I've been at every one of these, and I love to see your beautiful, smiling faces. I grew up in England. I say it every year, but it's like incredible to me that just as a kid growing up in England, being able to see people that inspired me my entire life, and now I'm looking at all you beautiful people right here. So incredible to be here. Looking forward to an amazing Skateboarding Hall of Fame and see the incredible inductees today. I am English, as I mentioned, and if you don't understand me, if you go to your phone, and look at the live feed, there's subtitles, so you can understand it for all you Americans out there. So I got you.
And we'll have to get your dry humor as well. But I'm here with these two legends. He's been doing stereo skateboards since, what was it, 30? 92. Give it up. Dude, stereo skateboard since 92.
Thank you. Blast.
Don Brown, Etney since 91, was it? 91. Since 91. And I've been doing Hosoi skateboards since 1985. It's been 40 years. So we got some credibility up here to be up here. So thank you so much for having us, Skateboard Hall of Fame. And really, this is a true honor and a privilege to be here. I see Tony Alva right here in the front row, Steve Caballero. I see El Gato.
Cabby.
I'm going to be calling out your names as I see you. Darren Ho, saw him earlier today. Huge induction today. We've got many legends. We'll continue to. Oh, of course, Dale Smith stood up. Let's get a dance, Dale. Let's get a dance. Let's get a dance. Come on.
Sausage Man, get it.
Hey. But let's get this party started. Who's ready for this 2025 Hall of Fame? It's a special induction. It's going to be exciting. So let's get this thing started.
Hey, you guys ready for the first inductee right now? So many of you amazing people out there are the front of the face of skateboarding, and you get all the stardom and all the attention and all the glory. But what we're going to do right now is we have an inductee for the Icon Awards, and it's more about the people that are behind the scenes, the people that have committed their whole lives to making skateboarding a better place and enhancing the culture. And it's people like the Jeannie Hoffmans, the Sonia Catalanos, the Gail Webbs. These people weren't always at the front, right? Let's give it a round for these ladies. Well, we are glad to add another one to that incredible list. Sally Ann Miller is going to be inducted into the Hall of Fame. We're going to have a video right now to see what it's all about.
Today, the tiny island town of Avalon is host to downhill and slalom racing events in the Catalina Skateboard Classic. I'm Jim Lampley, and here we're going to be
I first met Sally Ann in October of 1977 at the Catalina Classic. She was the executive director of the International Skateboard Association, who put on this amazing competition, which was featured on ABC Wide World of Sports. I really think that she was the only person qualified to create and run this organization. She wrote the rules of skateboarding, sanctioned events, managed the pro skaters as they traveled around the world, ensuring that we all got paid. While serving as commissioner of Irvine, she raised the funds to build the first skate park, which was supervised and promoted by the city. Sally Ann is an amazing friend, and I'm so proud to welcome her to the Skateboarding Hall of Fame.
She is a woman who did much more than build a skateboard park. In and alone, that's her induction to the Skateboard Hall of Fame. But she's a woman with heart and vision, and most importantly, action. She gets it done, as I said before. So Sally Ann, your spirit rolls on with every kid who drops into a bowl. I want to say congratulations on your well-deserved induction into the Skateboard Hall of Fame. You were a legend.
I am so thrilled that our skateboarding family has learned about the many contributions that you have provided to our sport. The blueprint that you created for fairly judging skateboarding contests, to gathering the different brands in the industry and creating safe and quality products, and for the multitude of things that you have done behind the scenes to grow the sport, fighting off the federal government and trying to shut down skateboarding as an unsafe and reckless sport. You stand for integrity, you stand for ethics, and Mama Bear, you treated all of us like your cubs and your family. Congratulations, and thank you so much, Sally Ann.
Louder, louder. Thank you so much, Sally Ann Miller, for the incredible contribution to skateboarding.
let's fix this up. Okay. I want it back there, so thank you, dear. I can't see my. Oh, that's great. Can you hear me? I better put my glasses on because I want to really see all of you. So okay. No, I can do that. Thank you all for this incredible honor. I'm deeply humbled to be inducted to the Skateboard Hall of Fame. 50 years ago, building that free skate park in Irvine was a labor of love, and it opened doors I never imagined, including leading the International Skateboard Association. I may have played a small part in the history of skateboarding, but it was you who redefined what could be done with a piece of wood and 4 wheels. You rolled out of broken homes, many with learning disabilities, questioned authority and defied gravity on ramps, asphalt, cement, and pool plaster. You took skateboarding popularity across America and around the world. You achieved the impossible dream of making skateboarding an Olympic sport. This honor belongs to you, the skaters from yesterday, today, and tomorrow. You are the Hall of Famers. Tonight, I want to acknowledge my 3 favorite skaters. My husband, Don, my son, Will, and my grandson, Cole, who are all with me here tonight. You keep me going, and I love you very much. I also want to extend my heartfelt thanks to our amazing sponsors who've made this moment possible. Todd Huber and Laura Caswell from the Skateboard Hall of Fame. Your passions for preserving skateboarding legacy is inspiring. Steve Van Doren from Vans, your unwavering support has fueled our community spirit. And Steve McCandless from Hobie Skateboards and a founding director of the ISA. Thank you for believing in skateboarding and in me. This honor belongs to all of us who've rolled together through the years. God bless you, and God bless America.
God bless you, Sally. What a speech right there.
Give it up for Sally Ann. Wow.
I don't know if it gets any better than that.
That's history right there. And it all started there, and I'm sure there's a lot of us that didn't even know that. And so that's one of the beautiful things about being present at these places, that we have these, to come and do it in person. Watching online, you guys out there that are watching online, this is a lot of education, a lot of history that I think, for myself, I just gobble it up, and I look at these things as a special moment. And that's what this place is. So let's get right down into the 1960s with Steve and Dave Hilton. Give it up for the Hilton brothers. And George Trafton. These guys were the Hobie Makaha generation. It was surf, it was skate, it was sidewalk surfing. But as I watched the videos and as I studied for myself, I heard it from my predecessors like Jay Adams and Tony Alva, David Hackett, the stories, because I was always inquisitive about what it was like before them. How did they get inspired? And it was because of these guys. And when I watched the video of the Hilton brothers skate, it was like they had this surf style that I emulated after seeing Jay Adams and Tony Alva. And they were just doing the walkovers, doing the like bottom turns and the off the lips on flat ground at a freestyle contest where freestyle, nothing against freestyle 360s and dappies, you know what I mean? That's back in the day when I was like, a little bit aggressive towards freestyle because I was a pool skater, vert skater, skate park skater, but the history of it is so incredible because style, which is what I always was attracted to, was a big part of this era. So let's check out what's going on with those 3 guys live right now.
famous surfboard manufacturer Hobie Alter designed the Hobie skateboard and organized a team to demonstrate. Torger Johnson, Danny Bear, John Fries, George Trafton, Steve Hilton, and his younger brother, Davey.
The Hilton brothers definitely were, in their time, I'd say they were the best because they were just, they had the style, they had the flow, they knew how to sidewalk surf, and sidewalk surfing was where skateboarding was at in the 60s. That was the deal, and they were the best at it.
Grab your board and go sidewalk surfing with me. Don't be afraid to try the...
By the time the Hiltons and I came around, that's, what, early 60s, mid 60s, 62, 63, and people were starting to really notice it was going, and people from West LA that went to University High School started writing skateboard songs.
Grab your board and go sidewalk surfing with me.
Steve and Dave were as good as skaters as there were during that period. You know, they would prove it in contests.
This is Dave Hilton.
He would be on featured on Wide World of Sports, of which Steve was also in. They would be in the contest and finish 1-2 in Anaheim, right by each other.
Steve Hilton, who is the older brother of the current leader, Dave Hilton. Steve really has something to shoot for. Wouldn't it be something if his younger brother knows him out today?
Dave was so photogenic, he would be on the first Skateboarder magazine cover.
There was the whole first wave of organized skateboarding in the 60s, so there was different Hobie team and Makaha and Vita Pack had a team, and those were the guys that we looked up to and tried to emulate because those were the guys that we heard were the pioneers.
Whenever they come up with a move, they have to think of a name for it. Here's Davey Hilton with what he calls a coffin.
Steve and Dave Hilton are OG. I mean, I was a little young to appreciate their contributions at the time, but I understand them now.
Grab your board and go sidewalk surfing with me.
The template, if you will, of modern day skateboarding goes all the way back to Davey and Stevie and the Hilton family. And within all of that, here we are celebrating your induction into the Skateboarding Hall of Fame, and I congratulate you. It's fantastic.
When skateboarding first starting about 10 years ago, I was national champion for a while. Since then, I've been surfing for about 12 years, and I live in my camper. It's really easy to go where I want to go. I just travel up and down the coast looking for the waves, and the surf's not up. I just play my guitar. Yeah, I go up in there. We just lay on the beach, play around a bit.
Skateboarding Hall of Fame induction, George Trafton, Topanga Beach. Surfing was a huge influence in the early 1960s, especially upon what we were doing on skateboards.
First ride, George Trafton.
Style of each individual skateboarder, early 60s through the mid 60s, your style was part of who you were, and you were recognizable by what you did. Your style was what defined you, and George Trafton had style.
There goes George Trafton.
We're here to talk about George Trafton, who is on the Hobie skateboard team with me back in the 60s. We traveled all over everywhere, LA County, and then they took us around the United States giving demonstrations showing people how to skateboard or what even a skateboard was.
In the complicated world of skateboarding, George Trafton is another Makaha Hobie alumnus. The beauty of George was he could skate as good as anybody, but he only worked for his own interest. Interesting guy.
George Trafton, I think he deserves to be inducted into the Hall of Fame not so much about his skateboarding, but just about the ethos, you know, because surfing was so closely connected to skateboarding during his era. And I was part of that era, fortunate to see a guy like George Trafton out surfing, and it influenced my skateboarding. So I say thumbs up to George Trafton being in the Hall of Fame.
Big round of applause for the 1960s inductees. Accepting for the Hilton brothers will be Dave Rockland, and I got Jim Fitzpatrick up here, who's going to deliver those trophies. Over here. Give it up for Dave Rockland, who's here to accept that award. Once they get to him, I'll just say, hey, give a wave. Give a wave. Dave Rockland right there. And I want to bring up, to accept his award, George Trafton, who in my eyes exudes the reason why we surf and skate. It's not because of the money. It ain't because of the fame. It's because the waves are good, because the ramp is perfect. Give it up for George Trafton.
Well, thank you, everybody. I can't thank you enough. I can't thank Hobie Alter, Dave Rockland, Jim Ganser, Bob Feigl, everybody, you know, Jay, John. We were really lucky to be the first ones to break the mold, I guess, and get sponsored. And I really don't have much more to say. Thank you very much. My throat's a little harsh because I got kind of burned at the fire, so I would go on, but my throat hurts. I got a million stories I could tell you, but we'll save that for next year. Oh, no. Anyway, touring on the skateboard team, Dave and all the boys were so fun at our age. You know, we had the world by the hair. I mean, we couldn't do no wrong. We had like 500 people, fans waiting for us when we landed in like Texas, when we were on Hobie. And, you know, it's nothing but fun. And you guys that taken it up about 10 notches are just, you know, unbelievable athletes. And thank you, everybody. And that's about it for now.
Congratulations.
Yeah, brother.
Congratulations.
Thank you, bro.
Congratulations. Give it up for the whole 1960s inductees. Steve and Dave Hilton and George Trafton.
Thank you, guys.
Amazing, amazing. Next, what do we got, Don?
You're going to say a little...
This is a shout out to one of those that are online, a great friends of the Vance family with Pete Derricks. This is somebody who's obviously a veteran to the sport. It's a shout out to Mel O'Young, who's watching from Marin County. He was part of the Napa Malahini skate team in the 1960s. And he wanted to be here. I know you wanted to be here, Mel. And he's dealing with some health issues, so we're gonna definitely keep you in prayer for that. And he wishes that he was here with us, but you are in spirit. So we wish you the best, Mel. Let's give Mel some encouragement right now. You'll be here next year. Right on.
Good stuff. You guys having fun out there? Oh, yeah. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. So, we have a very special guest. I said that like Chris from the 9 Club, just to make him happy. But we have someone that came all the way from Germany. Yes. And for those of you who don't know where Germany is, if you go on the 405 South, you hit the 55 and you keep going, you're going to get there eventually. It's that way. And they drink a lot of beer, I think. I'm actually still recovering from Munster 89 myself, and I'm sure many of you guys are too. I know Cab is definitely recovering from Munster 89. But so, often considered the father of German skateboarding. Would you guys agree? This guy didn't just build a brand, he built a culture through incredible magazines, contests, skate parks, big heart. He gave back to the community through skateboarding and made people that didn't have everything, like, just get the best out of their lives. Incredible human being here. And really just helped to elevate skateboarding as a whole around the world. And we definitely owe a lot to this incredible man. I even heard that he did a kickflip on top of Mount Everest. No, I don't know about that one. We might have to see the video of that. You got a video of that? It's probably a pinhole camera or something. But anyway, yeah, let's check out this video and see the magic come to life. Titus Dittmann.
Das ist der Titus, nach dem heißt das alles. Man hat mir gesagt, Sie seien der Guru oder der Gottvater der Rollerskater in Deutschland.
Na, man sagt viel.
Ja, man sagt
Titus Dittmann is a big fan of skateboarding, a big mentor, a big help to a lot of people, a big promoter for skateboarding. I met Titus because he also started a show team. He had a self-made half pipe on a trailer, and we met him there, became members of the show team, and he was all over the place, much like Gail Webb back here in the US. That's what he was for Germany. He also had a skateboard brand called Titus Skates. I was the first pro for the company. My first ever pro model came out on Titus Skates.
Titus Dittmann was holding down, for the most part, the skate industry in Germany and most of Europe through the 80s and through the 90s. And, you know, as much as a businessman that he was committed to skateboarding.
Titus started with a shop in the living room, then had a shop in the basement, then had an actual shop. The shops got bigger and bigger. Skateboarding got bigger. I had the crazy idea to say, hey, Titus, we need a competition. He loved the idea. I think we had like maybe 50 people at the first one and maybe 100 at the second one. And it got bigger and bigger and bigger. Eventually, we didn't do it in the outdoor skate park. We did it in like an ice hockey stadium. And it's really down to his vision for the whole thing that made it work so very well and eventually became the World Championship.
Without Titus in Europe putting on events and having a place for everyone in Europe to come see it live, skateboarding wouldn't have grown internationally without Titus's love and passion for what he did for years and years to try to have them have their own scene and build scenes from it.
It was great to have someone like Titus on our side because he wasn't just all about money. He was all about skateboarding. He wanted to promote and help skateboarders around him. I feel personally very happy, really happy to see my friend Titus be inducted into the Skateboarding Hall of Fame. Congratulations, Titus.
Titus Dittmann. Give him a big round of applause. Woo! What an incredible human being. Thank you so much, Titus, for everything. Thank you.
This is the music right here.
Wow. I need a microphone. Wow, what a moment. This was the original music from of the opening ceremony from the Münster Monster Mastership every year. Ta-da-da-da. You remember?
I remember.
Yes. Being inducted into the Skateboarding Hall of Fame here in California, where so much our inspiration came from, is an incredible honor. But tonight isn't just about me, it's about everyone who walked, rolled, and pushed alongside me. Let me start where everything started, with my wife, Brigitta. You know her. In 1977, I was 30 years old, a real old guy to start skateboarding. We stepped onto a skateboard together for the very first time. From that day on, skateboarding wasn't just a passion. It became our shared language, our freedom, our way of life. Brigitta, thank you for being there from the very first push, for every transition, every turning point. This moment belongs to you just as much as it does to me. In the early 80s, the journey took shape with the Titus Skates team. One of the first names that must be mentioned tonight is Klaus Krapke. Our first official Titus Pro, with the very first Titus Pro model. Klaus, your talent, energy, and vision were the heartbeat of those early years, followed by amazing talents like Ralf Mittendorf, who landed Europe's first McTwist, Florian Böhm, Anders Tellen, and many more. International legends like Niki Guerrero, Lee Ralph, and Puttis helped connect our German story to the global scene. The Titus team became a launchpad. Just look at Pierre-André Sénisserre, who won the Monster Mastership, joined our team, and later founded Soltech in the US. But this wouldn't happen without the trust of industry pioneers across the ocean. George Powell, Rich Novak, Larry Balmer, Fausto Vitello, Tony Magnuson, Jim Gray. You believed in us early and helped shape the European skate scene in ways we couldn't have imagined. And of course, Vans distribution. Vans distribution, sorry. Yeah, I need papers. I'm a German guy. And no, okay. Shit. Okay, I put this here and then I'm... Okay, Klaus Krapke, ich hab's wiedergefunden, alles prima. But it would happen without the trust of industry pioneers across the ocean. George Powell, Rich Nowak, Larry Balmer, Fausto Vitello, Tony Magnuson, Jim Gray. You believe in us early and helped shape the European skate scene in ways we couldn't have imagined. And of course, Vans distribution across of half of Europe in the 80s. Wow, a lot of wind. Building more than just business, building community. The Monster Mastership in Münster brought global attention to Europe. Our mission was always about growing skateboard's reach, seeing the Bones Brigade in Münster and all the international legends. Even Steve Caballero and Tony Hawk, who rode for TSG, Tito Safety Gear. That was magic. Thanks to the Bostics who helped take the Monster Mastership to the next level in the 90s. 15 years ago, I passed the Titus company to my son, Julius.
Yeah, Julius.
But skateboarding never let me go. Today, through Skate Aid, we're in more than 20 countries using skateboard to empower kids with resilience, confidence, self-determination, deep sense of self-worth and joy. Our motto, we empower kids. Thank you, Ralf Mittendorf and Mike Giersch, for carrying the responsibility for Skate Aid. Thank you, George Powell, Bob Denike, Jeff Kendall, and Stefan Doren for your incredible support of our Skate Aid projects. Thank you, everyone who stuck by me from the first push in 1977 to this moment tonight. This is your honor too. Skateboarding has so many wonderful facets. Let's share them.
Congratulations, brother.
Give a round of applause for Titus. Incredible story, incredible contribution to skateboarding, not only in Europe and Germany, but around the world. Thank you so much.
And now his son Julius, good home friend of mine, is carrying on the torch. Shout out to Julius in the audience there. We love you guys.
The legacy continues. So let's get right into something we want to do. It's called a re-award. This is going out to Skip Ingblom. I don't think he even knows that this is happening. It's kind of a surprise. And a lot of you have heard about the fires, the Eaton fires and stuff like. Anybody hear about the fires out there? Whole town leveled. Well, Skip Ingblom's house was one of them. And his trophy was in it. And so tonight, we're going to honor the man who deserves so much more credibility than just his trophy. He's a pioneer of basically art, graphic design, shaping. He was part of, like, with Craig Stesick, the whole Zephyr crew with Jeff Ho. Jim is going to go deliver the trophy right now. And let's just give a round of applause and respect to the man, Skip Engblom, right now.
Yeah, Skip.
We love you, Skip.
Santa Monica Airlines.
SMA.
So sick.
Still doing his company.
Timeless.
Still supporting skateboarding. You're truly a gift to us. We thank you so much, Skip. And we want to give this trophy to you in honor of all that. Let's give it up one more time for Skip Engblom. And if you haven't seen Lords of Dogtown with Heath Ledger portraying him, go out and check out the movie. Heath did an amazing job, rest in peace, Heath. But their story, still, I'm hearing new things about it all the time from Stesick, Jeff Ho, but a legendary person right there. We love you, Skip. Give him another round of applause.
Yes, sir.
So going right into the next era. The next era is the 1980s, Era 1. This is one of my favorites of the night. This is, again, my mentor, Pat Ngoho. And then also, Freddie de Sota. One of the most stylish Veriflex skaters. Nothing against you, Eddie, but he was the most stylish Veribot in the gang. And he was an incredible skater, always smiling. He was a slide master. If you know what a 540 slide is, he was the one who did them the best back at the Gold Cup Series. He had his moment where he was there. He was one of the first black, skaters to come in and just make a mark in skateboarding for the rest that would make their marks. And so this is their moment, but Pat Ngoho, he mentored me. He was a Marina Del Rey local. This is an exciting moment for me. He's, some of you don't know, but when lip tricks came into skateboarding, the lip slide, Alan Gelfand did the lip slide with the hand down, where he pulled the tail in. Pat Ngoho was lip sliding 4 blocks, grabbing the tail, pulling it in, and then I saw him do it with no hands. He was a pioneer of lip trick skating. He was one of the most stylish, and still is one of the most stylish skateboarders. Matter of fact, he's getting better and better whenever I see him. He enters the Vans pool parties and just kills it every time. But I am excited to say, let's check out this video, and they are going to be inducted into the Hall of Fame.
What can you say about Freddie? Well, Freddie was a trailblazer. He's one of the first black skateboarders to gain recognition in vert competition, helping to break barriers and inspire future generations. Freddie had an incredible style, powerful, aggressive, did tricks to the limits. Just take a look at his layback airs. They were one of the best in skateboarding. Freddie and I had a special bond because we were teammates of a team called Veriflex, which we were known as the Veribots. And Freddie played a major role on that team.
So here's the thing about Freddie de Sota. He won the, I think it's called the ESA amateurs. And so they decided, we're gonna have you pro next year. And we're gonna give you a board. And he was like, I don't want a board. So he's one of the pros, maybe there's a couple of them, but one of the pros that turned down having a model. And the one thing about Freddie, along with Dwayne, they had the meanest slide game. Freddie had the roll clip, meanest slide. It was being a lost art, so it didn't count in contests that much. But all of 540 airs and all of these 1, 2, 3 slides and all this stuff, those techniques are all things that became something in the air later.
All right, Freddie, anytime Freddie de Sota for ground flag.
Freddie de Sota. Nobody's name on the list of the Skateboard Hall of Fame inductees for 2025 got me more excited than yours. I've known you since the 70s when we started skating Big O Skate Park, and you're still one of my best friends today. You're a great skater, a great photographer, and a good human being. Can't ask for more than that. Skateboarding is lucky to have you.
I love Freddie de Sota. He's a legend. Still. And was always cool, always supportive. I feel like he was like an older brother to me, honestly.
Yo, why didn't y'all tell me Freddie de Sota was up in that joint? Yo, triple OG Freddie de Sota. He held it down back in the day. He could do a frontside invert too. Bam. You know what I'm saying? He could do a frontside invert.
Congratulations to Freddie de Sota Jr. on your much-deserved induction into the Skateboard Hall of Fame.
And that's time for Freddie de Sota in his first qualifying run. From the Veriflex team, Fred de Sota.
Pat Ngoho, man. Well, first of all, he's probably one of the longest shredding still to this day. Like, I don't know what he does, what diet he's on or whatever, but to this day, he still can board slide 15, 20 blocks at any moment. His legacy, to me, I think the biggest thing that a lot of people don't know is he has a couple moves, the Ngoho slide being one, which is sick, where you go up the side of the ramp and tail slide down. But the biggest contribution, I would say, is the manual. He invented the manual, which half the street kids that are out there doing manuals today should know every time that they do a manual that they're doing the maneuver that Pat Ngoho invented.
One of my earliest memories of Pat is when we were both competing in 1979 at the Marina Del Rey Dog Bowl Pro Contest.
Bring him on, Pat Ngoho from Bertlemann. Yeah.
I didn't really know who he was, but he was ripping and he had the best style. To this day, Pat still rips and still has that amazing style, now skateboarding in his 60s.
Pat Ngoho, style master, Venice negotiator. I love Ngoho, man. Congratulations, buddy. It's about time.
Pat's been around a long time, man, since before Marina Del Rey Skate Park, and still ripping. Like, there's nobody that has smoother lines than Pat Ngoho. Nobody.
I feel like ever since I was in the scene, Pat Ngoho has been there and been one of the most solid skaters. And you see him now, like he's a vampire. He looks exactly the same, he skates exactly the same. Like, he hasn't lost a beat. It's amazing.
Man, Pat Ngoho was my mentor. He was my friend. He was the most stylish skateboarder of the time, but he was advanced. And even till this day, he's still skating, still styling. And one thing about him is he's still progressing. And I'm proud to say, welcome to the Skateboarding Hall of Fame, Pat Ngoho. I love you, buddy. Let's welcome Pat Ngoho and Freddie de Sota to the stage to accept their awards. Yeah. Relish this moment, fellas. Two of the most loved skateboarders, still in the scene, at almost every event. Handshakes from Wally Inouye in the front row. Pat Ngoho. Patty. Let's bring up Freddie de Sota to the stage. Freddie de Sota, come on up.
Will, grab one. Yeah, you got it.
I started to prepare something, but I couldn't. I knew this was going to happen.
Yep.
All right. I want to thank everybody. I want to thank the hall for giving me the recognition. I really am humbled by it. And I have a few people that I really need to thank. Obviously, my mom and dad, and Jan and Paul Hirsch. Steve Hirsch was a teammate of mine. My parents divorced and moved back to Florida, and it was at a time when I was about to turn pro, and the Hirsch family took me in and let me stay with them. And our families have bonded. Our kids have grown up together. Just got back from weekend seeing Steve's oldest son get married, and so that bond has stayed. Janet Losi, Gil Losi from Veriflex. Without them, I wouldn't have the teammates that I have, like Eddie O'Gara, Steve Hirsch, Eric Grisham, Patty Hoffman, Mike Siegfried. And we have all stayed friends throughout these whole years. And I just want to share one really quick story. I'm sorry.
Don't have to apologize.
It's a story about skateboarding. And what skateboarding means to me. In 1980, we went on tour. The Veriflex team went on tour, and we toured the U.S. by van. And part of the tour, we went to Alabama. And we're going, through Mobile and Gadsden, and I was a little concerned. 1980, I had lived in the South. I had lived in Florida. I lived in North Carolina. So I kind of had a little bit of an idea about what the South was like, and I was a little concerned about traveling through Alabama. So I laid really low in the van. I didn't want to bring any attention. My name's on the van, but I didn't want to bring any attention and cause any undue whatever. So I just kind of laid low. And the thing is that Gil Losi had this thing that when we were on tour, instead of getting hotel rooms for us all, he'd like to pawn us off to families at the skate parks. I can't blame him. He's got a van full of kids, and he's got to put us all up. And we did our whole Denny's meal every morning, get our Grand Slam, whatever. So he was trying to save money. And it was cool because all the skater kids, they would allow us to come and stay at their homes. But in Alabama, I was concerned. And so it was a big event, and I was really concerned about having a place to stay. I knew everybody else was going to be fine, but I was concerned. It was for naught. I had a lot of people offer and ended up staying. I don't remember which place we ended up staying, but I ended up staying in a place. At that moment, I realized that skateboarding was a pretty incredible family. As coming up in skateboarding, the person that I saw in the magazines was Marty, and that was it for me. I hadn't seen any other skaters that looked like me in the magazine, so Marty was it, who has now become a great friend of mine. And so anyways, I won't go on. I just want to say that skateboarding has been a great thing, and at that moment, I realized in skateboarding that this family was a great family. And I'll just end on this, and that is that I didn't find skateboarding. Skateboarding found me. So, thank you.
Give it up for Freddie de Sota. Hall of Fame. Hall of Fame. All right, let's welcome Pat Ngoho up to the microphone.
Yeah, Pat.
Skateboarders, I love you.
Okay. All right. Just a couple thank yous real quick. It is amazing to be representing the 80s. What an incredible era. A couple thank yous, they have to go out regarding the 80s. Special thanks to Steve Alba, Steve Olson, Brad Bowman, and Dwayne Peters. I watched those guys basically single-handedly derail skateboarding and put it on a path to rebellion, defiance, and anarchy that most people still fear today. I want to thank my mom. Thank you so much. I could not be up here without you. Thank you for all your love, your care, so many sacrifices that you made. She raised 2 insane boys by herself, and she somehow survived, and in fact is thriving today. So please say hello to Brenda. She's at the Ngoho table. She is so awesome. Wow. Woo! I got to thank my girlfriend, Carrie. She's been so supportive. She understands skateboarding culture. She's really made me a better person, made me a better skater. I just tear up thinking about it, so woo! I love you, babe. I want to thank all of my competitors over the years. From when we were amateurs, 12 to 14, me and Cab, to when we became pros, when we became masters, and even legends, right? It just kept going. So those were incredible years. Thank you for making me a better skater. Thank you for inspiring me. And thank you for all your friendship. All of you. I mean, just all the skating, especially the last years as the Masters. I mean, just skating with all these guys over and over. I mean, the heart was always there. The dedication in those Masters contests, the Bolorama and the Vans pool party were just, Steve, it was just the greatest years in skateboarding. Thank you. Yeah, and so I was asking Buddy, like, let's give it up for Buddy. I mean, these visuals, these animations are so amazing. Thank you, Buddy. And I was like, well, you know, what do I say after my thank yous? He was like, Pat, just tell them your thoughts on skateboarding. So I was thinking, I got a couple things. First thought is, some of you may not like this, but do not pursue greatness. Do not be exceptional. Do not be extraordinary. Instead, be yourself. Be unique. Be different. Go into skateboarding. Go deeper into skateboarding. Find out who you are. Find out who that inner voice is and express that through your skating and your life. My second thing is skate with great people. I've skated with almost everybody here at some point of my life, and those sessions mean the most to me. They really do. I mean, they're so enriching. I always remember them. They're so motivating. There's always friendships there. There's the common denominator of skateboarding, and just, it's why I still skate today. I will never forget this. Thank you all so very much.
Pat Ngoho! Let's give it up for Pat Ngoho! Man, it's been an emotional night. Every single speech is just so, you know, touching. And, I mean, this is what it's all about. This is what we're here for. We want to understand the hearts of those that paved the way and to hear them say it themselves. Those that passed on before they could be here to accept their award, we could only imagine what they would have said. But those that are here that get to accept their award, it's beautiful to be able to hear their words and to hear them share their heart. Thank you so much, Pat. Thank you so much, Freddie. Let's go right into the 1970s. This is Larry Bertlemann, Roy Jamieson, and Darren Ho. The Hawaiian contingency is here, and they're getting inducted together. I'm telling you, they're going to try and stop. Hold on, hold the film. Hold the film. These guys deserve some words to say about them. Don't you agree? 100%. I'll say it quick. I know they're hurrying. That's the cue to hurry up. Larry Bertlemann literally pushed skateboarding to be more aggressive. The power moves, the Bertlemann turned into the Bert revert. Pat Ngoho does one of the best of them. Roy Jamieson, legend Hawaiian guy, wallows, one of the first guys to skate wallows, barefoot coming down the drainage ditch with Darren Ho, by the way, which Darren Ho was a huge conduit for Jay Adams, Tony Alva, for all those guys. And I don't want to leave out somebody who's passed on, rest in peace. Derek Ho was a big part of that generation that bridged surfing to skateboarding. So now let's check it out. Let's see what these guys are all about.
Larry Bertlemann. Obviously, if you're asking that question, you probably didn't live on this island, because that guy was pretty much next to Duke Hanamoko in the era of 70s.
Larry Bertlemann was the first to really throw attitude, style, aggression, power, all in one maneuver. A lot of people forget that it's how your face looks, your hands look, everything about what you're doing on your board matters, and Larry Bertlemann had it.
We loved Larry so much that it was like, screw Superman, fuck that, you know what I mean? It was like, there's Larry, you know?
I remember being in the Santa Monica Civic Auditorium watching Hal Jepsen's surf film, The Super Session, and a young Hawaiian surfer named Larry Bertlemann came on the
Larry Bertlemann was the fundamental impact on the Z-Boy thing. The Z-Boy thing was Larry Bertlemann on concrete. That's what we were all trying to do, because Larry Bertlemann just blew doors on everybody.
He put his hands on the wave. He was one of the first guys that I remember doing that. So we started copying that on the ground.
Larry Bertlemann exploded the status quo of surfing upright and redefined the idea of what could be done on a surfboard.
Larry Bertlemann, to me, was the most influential surfer in the world when it came to our skateboarding style. Bertlemann was definitely the original. When it came to anything low and slashy, you totally wanted to look, be, and feel like Larry Bertlemann.
I don't think I've never went to a park or seen kids, even till today, and I'm skating at this age, that don't throw a bird in front of me and just go, hey, how did you like that one? And I'm like, man, yeah, good job, Larry, proud.
At Walos in Hawaii, Roy Jamieson is the resident wizard, ripping this long drainage ditch with quick kick turns off the top, an obviously surfing-inspired performance.
When it comes to Roy Jamieson, it created a lot of excitement for me when I saw him for the first time with his unique and smooth surf style. He was barefooted, carving the banks of Walos in Hawaii. I was impressed, and I could relate to those bare feet. Eventually, he did start wearing shoes.
Roy Jamieson was a hella good skater and never really needed anything but just a pair of board shorts and a board. I remember Roy is like one of the original, like totally Hawaiian style skateboarders. It was his own unique style. Jamieson was an innovator. He was one of the first. In Hawaii, he was the guy. He was the guy that all the Hawaiian kids wanted to be like. They wanted to be like Roy.
And he was like the island superstar. I mean, without a doubt. I mean, Town and Country started their team with him. That era, you're still growing, right? So Roy's contribution was like, he'd do a lot of freestyle. And, you know, freestyle is not exactly a word at this time in the game that where people would understand, but when you're first learning to skate, freestyle was the main. I mean, all the tricks, the 360s, the nose wheelies, all these stuff, and that's what drew attention. Royce was just so versatile, you know what I mean? He was freestyle oriented. He could do slalom. He did a lot of bank riding, and his style reflected his other passion, which was surfing.
I always had an affinity to people who came from Hawaii, and Roy Jamieson was one of those guys that I knew was from Hawaii. It makes me proud to see people who have made a mark in surfing and skateboarding get recognized. So congratulations, Roy Jamieson. Well deserved.
Yeah, man, Darren Ho. When I think of Darren, I think of style. Darren's style was aggressive. He attacked everything, yet he was graceful. Take a look at that picture of Darren at Rory Russell's ramp on the North Shore, frontside grind. That says it all. You know, 8-foot wide ramp. And how about some of them photos of Darren in Pearl City Pool, which was another rad pool?
Yeah, of course, Darren Ho, he came over, but I just remember seeing pictures of Darren Ho at the Pearl City Pool. And it was like, wow, who's this Hawaiian kid that rips?
Zephyr team members would go over, they would stay in Hawaii, and you know, there was a whole exchange of cultures going on. And Darren was right there, and he came over and enjoyed the lifestyle with us.
Darren Ho was one of the original guys to come from Hawaii and actually ride for the Z team. He was a Zephyr boy to the bone. He was like basically living in Dogtown with Jay and became part of our crew. He's just a really good kid. He used to go out and let his skateboarding do the talking, and he was a ripper.
Skating in San Diego, Los Angeles, everywhere. Skating in Hawaii. We skated Wallows, Uluwatu, Strawberry Hill. A lot of good times.
Darren Ho, early 70s, Hawaiian Z-boy. Quickly rose to the golden boy of Hawaii. Still skateboards to this very day. Congratulations, Santa Claus.
Hawaii boy to the bone. Congrats, my brother. I love you. Now let's see a little video of Larry Bertlemann himself.
Uncle Larry.
Yes, sir.
You've been inducted into the Skateboard Hall of Fame.
Wow.
What does that mean to you, especially as someone primarily known for surfing?
It's an honor.
It's an honor?
To be inducted, yes.
Is there anyone you want to thank?
Everybody who inducted me. Aloha.
You revolutionized surfing with moves inspired by skateboarding. How did skateboarding influence your surfing style and vice versa?
I just out having fun, doing what I feel. I feel something skateboarding, I do it in the water surfing, doing on land. Same thing.
What kind of guidance can you give young skaters and surfers today that might not know you?
Just go out there and do the best you can, just no matter what. Just keep getting better and better.
Now we're going to have some words from Joel Tudor about Larry Bertlemann.
Good evening. It's an honor to get up and speak on Larry's behalf. I met Larry in 1987. I was a young surf-stoked kid who looked at magazines, and he showed up at a contest, and the guy was just so cool. Within like the first 10 minutes, he was digging in his bag and giving me locomotion stickers, and you know, just the kind of thing when you're a 10-year-old kid, it really has a long-lasting impression. I didn't know then the impact that he had on skateboarding. I grew up skating. I got sponsored by Skip Englund when I was 12 for SMA. You know, I had a lot of chances to be in the skate scene, but I learned a lot about Larry as time went on, being friends with Jay Adams and Tony and Craig Stesick, being a mentor and really kind of studying the story of the two. I know the skate world doesn't like being the stepchild of surf, but you are, so remember that, okay? Everything cool that you do came from surfing, right? The style, the way that we rode, because you have to remember, before the Phil Edwards was the first pro model ever, by the way, just so you know. You guys that have pro models, that came with Phil Edwards. Before that era, skateboarding was this.
Yeah, goofy foot.
And in a lot of ways, it was kind of gymnast, guys doing like floor routines, like jumping up and doing stuff, and that's kind of where Larry's story comes in. Larry was just so different. If you think about where surfing was 4 years before he popped up on the scene, it wasn't even the same activity. It was not even the same story, and the things that Larry did, the laybacks that he did, are the lead into the layback grind that you guys do today, the layback Smith. It all comes from Larry and the way that he rode. I remember Jay telling me this as a kid, like, man, you have no idea the impact that him and Buttons made on all of us, you know? He's like, they were so advanced at the time, and we were just kind of figuring it out. And at that time, skating didn't really have a template to follow other than surf magazines, right? Seymour, good to see you, buddy. I mean, it's really a story you need to not ignore. I know that a lot of the guys in the 90s there are like, we're not the stepchild of surfers. Well, you are, right? Surfing gave you guys your style, right? The Hawaiian shirts, right? That Tony wore, that shit all came from surfing, right? And then later to Mark Gonzalez and the Blind movie, that's all surf derived. I know you don't want to hear it, but I'm here to tell it to you. You need to hear it. Hang on, what else? So the first pool, right? Herbie Fletcher was the first guy to ride in a pool. I called Herbie yesterday to get the story correct. What I wanted 5 minutes turned to, fuck, man, this is going to be like 20 minutes. I'm going to tell you right now. And he like laid into me, you know, and he said, you have to understand. He was like, my father-in-law was taking apart scooters in the late 40s, steel wheels and you know, riding. He was like, no one really knows who invented skateboarding. They have no idea. But we do know a pivotal moment when it became stylish, and it led into all the things that we do today. And that's the moment that the surf world picked it up. The Beach Boys didn't coin it sidewalk surfing for nothing. It really was, right? And then as the sport evolved and people did different things, and Tony, and I see guys that I looked up to in the 90s that were my heroes that are out here today. We're all old now and have gray hair and shit. But Larry was that major change from the Davey Hilton era. You know, you have to understand, Davey Hilton was one of the first skate stars. That's Paris Hilton's uncle. I don't know if he's ever been inducted. He was the first guy to do airs. He was doing gorilla grip airs where he would, you know, go up on a ledge and grip his toes and spin around. I'll keep it going. All right, I'm going to shut up. Larry, we love you. Skateboarding, you owe surfing for life. Ow!
Give it up for Joel Tudor, one of the greatest longboarders of ever. Now accepting for Larry Bertlemann, Craig Sugihara, and then for Roy Jamieson, Chuck Jamieson, and for Darren Ho, he's coming up to accept. Come on up to accept your awards. Sorry. Come on, let's give him a hand. That's some of the best footage I've seen all night. Surfing, skating. Joel talking about style. That's what it's all about. And let me say something. Skateboarding is not a stepchild. It's blood in. We're the younger brother. Remember that, Joel. We're the younger brother. We're not a stepchild. We love you, Joel. Coming to accept for Larry Bertlemann is Craig. Come on up here, Craig.
Sorry, I gotta read this because I'm old. I'm here to accept for Larry as he is not able to be here tonight. After Larry won the U.S. Championships in Malibu and getting to ride his skateboard with Cadillac wheels. Cadillac wheels was a game changer. I still have one. It's called a Stoker, the last one, with ball bearings. Anyway, Cadillac wheels was a game changer. We surf in skate shops and our host bands all made bank. Maybe I wouldn't be here today had it not been for skateboards. So thank you, Larry, for introducing me to Cadillac wheels. Thank you, Skateboard Hall of Fame, for acknowledging his great talent. Mahalo.
Let's give it up for Craig, who accepted for Larry Bertlemann. Now let's bring up Chuck Jamieson, accepting for Roy.
I don't have the kind of stories that everyone else has been able to share. I just know that Roy would be really appreciative of the honor of being inducted. So I know he would want me to thank all of you, especially people like Craig Sugihara, who was Roy's first sponsor with Town and Country, and Darren Ho's support, and also his friendship with Roy. I will tell you one little story about the beginning of skateboarding for Roy. In the old days in Hawaii, we would take metal skates that people had that you'd put on your shoes, and the front of the skate you'd use a key to tighten it around the shoe, and the back of the skate had a strap that you put on your ankle. Well, what we would do is take that skate apart, nail the front part of the skate onto the front of a 2x4, take the back part of the skate and nail that onto the back of a 2x4, and that became our skateboard. And that was Roy's first introduction to doing that. His other brother, or my brother, and his brother and I used to skate on that in Pearl City in Hawaii, and all we would do is just go down a hill. That was our only trick. If you made it to the bottom of the hill, you were a good skateboarder. And then we had a little car that would tow us up, that we tied a ski rope to the back of it and tow us back up the hill, and you just it made so much noise because there were metal wheels, and if you lived through that, you became Roy Jamieson. Anyway, thank you. And Roy would really thank you for this.
Great story, great story. Thank you, Chuck. And congratulations, Roy Jamieson. Darren Ho, come to the microphone. Let's give it up for Darren Ho.
I had a plan to come up here and talk, and the more I watched it, the harder it's getting to go.
Lean to the microphone.
But 1970, I mean, the era that we're representing, and being from Hawaii, you don't know how special it is to represent the 808. I mean, it's a small island, but it's a strong culture, and God, I mean, to be the first Hawaiians to be inducted into the Hall of Fame, all I can say is mahalo. I mean, this rules. Hearts out. Thank you for everything. I got to say a couple of thank yous. I got to thank my family. You know, Jesus Christ. Oh, yeah, the hoes. You don't know which one we're talking about, me or the girls. No, it's all good. But I got to thank my parents. You know, the travel back then and being a pro in the 70s was really rough because, I mean, there was no parents taking us around and guiding us. They would pretty much put you on a plane. My dad would say, if you got to call collect if you have to. You know what I mean? But that was pretty much my launch. And, you know, I got to thank my girlfriend because I was out of skating for the longest time. Like anybody, if you knew the 70s, by the 80s, the platform pretty much dropped out and you had to find a real job. And I remember being at Del Mar and watching the Bones Brigade when they were doing that ABC Wide World of Sports. And I was watching Tony Hawk and on Cab, and, you know, and I was just pretty much counting, well, I guess I got to go home and find a job now because these guys are just so damn good. So I basically went home, found a job, and then, you know, I did the local thing, you know, get married and all this, have a kids and stuff like that. And I pretty much kind of bottomed out. And I didn't skate for 38 years. And I met somebody that had my back. And she just pretty much told me, well, why don't you just go down to the park and see if you can still ride? And I said, yeah, I guess we could, muscle memory, right, and stuff like that. So first person I reached out to was Wally, you know, and Brad Bowman and Steve Olson and Doug Saladino. And they sent me some boards and pads, and I went down to the skate park. But I made sure I went down there real early in the morning so nobody would see me. So basically, you know, I go there, right? I take a couple rides, I paddle it to like, take a good slam here, good slam there. And then she goes, what do you think? And I said, you know, I had a couple feelings here and there, you know, maybe I can do this again, right? Hey, but it's skateboarding. And when you start it, you ain't gonna stop. And if you look at me now, 11 years later, I'm still there every day, but I'm dealing with different things. There's a whole different culture. I mean, there's these young kids and stuff like that. And I'm proud that these kids even have the respect to even want to talk to me about skateboarding. And I reach out. I try to give them advice of what I can and can do. But skateboarding is special, man, because I don't care what age you are. I'm going to be 65. And let me tell you, I'm hanging out with young kids and stuff like that, and I'm just like applauding. I'm watching where they took this sport. It is amazing. And I'm so proud to be part of this, and I'm proud to be representing the 808. And all I can say is everybody in Hawaii, hey, we finally made it. And I'm proud that if everybody has a story to tell, and if I'm going to be the spokesperson for Hawaii for right now, let it be, because we do have a story to tell. And I just want to say mahalo and thank you, everybody. And thank you very much.
Well, they're definitely going to be listening now when he comes home with the Hall of Fame trophy. Give it up for our 70s represented Hall of Famers, Larry Bertlemann, Roy Jamieson, and Darren Ho. Give it up for them right now. Let's go right into our next category.
It's getting dark out there. You guys all right? Just watch those hands and wallets out there. There's a bunch of skateboarders. Never know. But how many people out there skate with steel wheels? Damn, there's a lot of you. There's a lot of you. Well, the guy we're going to introduce in a second, induct into the Hall of Fame, is someone who's had steel wheels, clay wheels, urethane wheels. I think he had granite wheels back in the prehistoric times. But this person is such an incredible person, full of energy, full of life. One of the top freestyle skateboarders. You know, as you guys know, freestylers invented pool skiing. And just wanted to do a little dig there. But anyway, yes, so this guy's an incredible creator, innovator. He was a coach
to the Hobie team, I believe it was, and just helped elevate others to completely new levels and standards and levels that they had no idea about. So we're going to see a little video right now with the inductee for the Icon Award for Dale Sausage Man Smith.
Who is Dale Smith, also known as the Sausage Man? He was a freestyler in the early 70s and definitely had his own style with his dance moves within his routine.
What Dale Smith means to skateboarding. First of all, obviously, he was a great skateboarder. Second of all, I think he, as a team manager or a coach for the Hobie team, he coached Daryl Miller, Dwayne Peters, and Eddie Alguera into having new moves and pushing the progression of how tricks were done.
Some of the tricks that we invented together were the El Guerrero, the first 360 hand plant, the frontside rock and roll, the Papa Rocker, which later evolved into what is known as the half cab to rock and roll. His influence didn't just impact me, but it shaped the future of skateboarding in itself.
What do you say about Dale Smith? Dedicated skateboard enthusiast, collector, designer, contributor to all aspects of skateboarding, integral member of the traveling team at Hobie Skateboards.
Sausage Man, one of the original freestyle champions, and someone who remained in the industry long after, making knee pads for us young vert skaters. Smith gloves, remember Smith gloves? That's Dale Smith.
I really want to thank you for everything that you did for me and for all the other skaters and what you did for our industry.
Just like to say congratulations to Dale Smith on his induction into the Skateboarding Hall of Fame.
Congratulations, Dale!
Dale, I can't tell you how happy I am for you that you're being recognized as an icon in the sport. Congratulations, Coach. Well deserved.
Dale's lasting impact on skateboarding is why he deserves to be in the Skateboard Hall of Fame. Congratulations, Coach.
Louder! Louder!
Dale!
Yes!
Sausage Man!
Where's the Sausage Man? Dale Smith.
Legend.
Come on up. Hey, and Dale, we want to dance. We want to see you dance.
We want to see some moves.
Here he goes. Here he goes. Let's go.
Yes!
Legend. If only he had TikTok.
Dale Smith, you are awesome.
Well, my wife told me to keep it short. Hey, let me stand up. Let me stand up. Hey, let me stand up here. Okay. Let's get to it. Let's get to it. My daughter didn't show me how to use this. So, analog. Okay. Hey, we want to give thanks to Todd Huber.
Yeah, Todd.
So we want to give thanks to Todd Huber his vision to have the Skateboarding Hall of Fame. Without the Skateboarding Hall of Fame, there wouldn't be me and the rest of the crew out there. We really appreciate you. We really appreciate you, Todd, and all your staff. But the main thing right here, let me tell you, I wouldn't be up here if it wasn't for my wife. Buddy. My wife is everything to me. She's been behind me, actually pushing me all the time. For 40 plus years, she's helped me with making skateboards, pads, caps, scraping them, putting them in bags, taping them and throwing them into boxes, taking our son to UPS, and my son was saying, no more freeway, I don't want to go to UPS, but she did it all. And she raised with me some terrific son and daughter. Thank you, Robin. There's a few things that come to mind when I come up here. I started skateboarding in 1958. Mr. Martinez, the next door neighbor, he was super special to me. He taught me how to play baseball, and he made me my first skateboard, a teardrop shape. But after that, it was going, you're on your own. And my buddy, Jerry McCormick, and Don Crosby, and Bob Thomas, we all made skateboards. We made our own skateboards with clay wheels, and out of a 1x6, 30, you saw it in the film, it was 36 inches long. It wasn't easy to ride, no kicktail at all on it, but it was great. Bob Thomas ended up making surfboards with me, and we had a surfboard company. It was great. But when the 70s came around, we didn't know what to do. And Sketch Hitchcock came to mind, and he says, we got to skate some more. He was world champion, but then it was Wally in a way. Right up here in front. Let's give a hand to Wally. Yeah, Wally and I went from clay wheels to urethane wheels because of Sketch Hitchcock. He put us on the Stinger skateboard team. When we got to the Stinger skateboard team, we had to do freestyle slalom racing. So I said, Wally, I'm going to teach you a great move. It's called the Daffy handstand. And he says, nobody's ever done it. I says, well, you're going to do it. He says, okay, I'll do it, but I won't do your dance routine on a skateboard. So I said, okay, Wally, fine. You're doing it. And he did it successfully in the skateboard contest in front of Warren Bolster, the famous photographer. After that, Wally went on to Sim skateboard team and made history. With everything he did, he had style, technique. He could do anything on a skateboard that nobody else was doing at the time. Then after that, Wally said, hey, you got to get going. I said, okay, I'm on the Hobie team with Sketch Hitchcock. If it wasn't for Sketch and the owners of Hobie, Steve Cash McCandless and Doc McCandless licensed the Hobie skateboard team. Second generation, the best skateboard teams money can buy. Roy Jamieson was one of them that was out here. A number of Eddie Elguera, Dwayne Peters, you name them. Bob Skolberg, the world champion, slalom racer, inductee. Sketch Hitchcock, the first world champion. You got Dwayne Peters, the master of disaster. You had the Carrasco brothers. Let me tell you about the Carrasco brothers. Let's get a hand for Richie and Renee. They were the best. They put on the Pepsi skateboard shows on. They did a great job. And Richie Carrasco, Guinness Book World Record on 360 wheels of 142 360s. So after that, it was kind of like it shut down. And then Grant Britton came to me and said, hey, I'll take some photos of your skateboard pads, skateboard Smith caps. The Smith caps went on and made history. But Grant Britton, I appreciate all your stuff that you did for us. Lonnie Hiramoto, Howard Hood, another champions. You got it. Hey. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Dale Smith.
Let's give it up for Dale Smith.
Yeah, Dale.
He has taught and he's coached so many riders that he could go on, but we love the dance moves. We love what you've done for skateboarding. Let's give it up again for Dale Smith.
You.
Hall of Famer.
Sausage man.
So now we want to turn this a little bit down and recognize those who have gone on before us. This is those that have passed on, those who have, are not able to be here. This is the RIP kind of like moment that we have. I know we have loved ones that have passed on, and we have friends, we have skateboarders that have passed on, but we just want to recognize that we remember those that have passed on. We remember the memories, and we want to always keep those alive. And so I'm up here with Chris Pastras. I know that,
yes,
skateboarding is not your pansy sport.
No.
It's dangerous. And the lifestyle of it can be dangerous and reckless too. And so we've lost some that, might not have, had to have gone in certain ways, but that's why we got to look out for each other. We got to always check on right? Yeah, we got to check on each other. Those that are going through hard times, we got to just say, hey, how are you doing? Sometimes just reaching out and saying, I care, I love you. Is there anything that, I could pray for you or if I could do, you know what I mean, in your situation? And I tell you, you could save a life. And so I know Chris Pastras wants to say a couple words as well, but this is a moment we're going to show a video of those who have passed on.
Yeah, 1 second real quick. I just want to say I lost my father this past Sunday, Philip Pastras. And, people were like, are you going to do the event? I'm like, of course I'm going to do the event. I want to be with my skateboard family. This is the greatest family in the world. So I just want to say I love you guys, and thank you for holding me up here on the mic. And R.I.P. Philip Pastras, survived by my mother Judith, my lady Gina, and my son Henry. I love you guys, and I love all of you so much. Thank you. Keep it rolling.
Let's check out this video. Our hearts and prayers go out to each one of those that have passed on, all the families. We love you, and we remember you.
Yes, and this is bringing it into my generation of turning pro, the 90s. So shout out for the 90s crew out there. It's not all back foot flips. So this next guy, man, what a legend. All right. Hey, I just got promoted. Did you guys see that? Awesome. Okay, so this next guy, God, there's so many words I could say. There's so many countless stories, but I ran into him in 1986. He was flying off a jump ramp at me 100 miles an hour, and it looked like Mike Tyson coming towards me, and I was like, oh, what? And he embraced me and grabbed me, and he said, what's your name? And I was like, dude. He's like, dude, you was Shut, right? Shut Skateboards? I was like, yeah. It was Sean Sheffey. So, yeah, Sean is just a powerhouse, man. His brother was a college football star, and Sean was an athlete and a huge, like, great at sports, great at everything he did, and magical, powerful, stylish, speed and strength, and he's still ripping. We love you, Sean. And this will bring me into another legend I met the same year, 1986, Bucky Lasek. So I met Bucky when he was like a kind of like a fresh street skater. He ripped street just as hard. I had no idea what he did on a vert ramp, and we wanted to put him on Shut Skateboards, which was the NYC sort of dogtown, if you will. But anyway, Bucky was already getting hooked up by Powell. He blew our minds, and then about 2-3 years later, I met him at our local skate park, Cheapskates, and he was doing 540s, just the best Siga style. And I went, this is one of the best skateboarders of all time in Bucky Lasek. And he's still ripping it today, and he's always progressive. So shouts out to you, Bucky. Well-deserved. We're super stoked. And finally, another guy who blew my mind, Sal Barbier. So, yeah, my first memories of Sal are around 1988 at an amateur contest in Arizona, and I watched Sal and Ray Barbie skate the course, and I sat on my board, and I honestly didn't want to skate the contest anymore. I was like, these guys are too good. So, yeah, props to you, Sal, for being so progressive with skateboarding and really bringing it. And let's see the video about the 1990s legends. All right.
I want you. I like it. I like it.
Sal Barbier is the guy that brought us the flip into a handrail. He's also the guy known for the finger flip to fakie on a ramp. You don't get those two together anymore. It doesn't happen anymore. That, to me, is just such a perfect combination of someone who grew up riding a giant board with rails, with giant trucks and wheels, doing the prehistoric caveman street skateboarding, and not too long after, in the 90s, a slightly smaller board, slightly smaller wheels and trucks. It's such a perfect merge of 1980 skateboarding and what is now skateboarding.
Sal Barbier. When Sal showed up, my job was in jeopardy. You see, Sal had charisma, had style, just, I would just say black excellence.
Sal is important to skateboarding for a lot of reasons. The biggest one is because he was such an incredible skater. Really cool style, incredible pop. Anything from flat ground. But then was a really well-rounded skater. He could skate mini ramps, he could skate blocks, but he was also inventive. He skated flat rails in a way that no one was skating early on and had his own bag of tricks. He's kind of like this combination of like really inventive, really all-terrain, but then powerful and skated fast. Came up with stuff that no one else was doing.
Sal is every bit as influential to street skateboarding as Nadas, as Gons, as Frankie Hills, the Matt Hensleys. He's right there with them. He set the tone for so many skateboarders, whether it be handrails or flat ground tricks, technical skating. He could do it all, man. He could really, really do it all, and he made it look great.
I'd like to congratulate a lifelong friend, Mr. Salvador Lucas Barbier, to the Skateboarding Hall of Fame. Go, Sal!
Let me see how my clothes look.
Sean Sheffey, my favorite skateboarder in the entire world. Ever, Tiffany.
Sheffey, to me, is like one of those great characters in skateboarding. You know, you kind of first see that clip of him in Hocus Pocus off the launch ramp at a demo. And then slowly you see his reason for living part. And then A Soldier Story comes out and you're just like, I really think it was hard to process the potential of skateboarding after that Soldier Story part.
Sheffey went and showed everyone like what power could do for street skating, what a powerful street skater could look like, and doing tricks just bigger and stronger.
Seeing Sean Sheffey when I was a child appear on the TV screen for Soldier Story, you've never seen anybody like him in the first place. And then what he did in that video, there was nothing to compare it to.
Sean was just such a beast on a skateboard. He was not afraid of anything. It was extremely motivating to always be around him and skate with him at that time, because it was like, what you didn't think was possible, he made it possible. And that's what sticks out to me most, just his ability to go where no man has gone before.
I mean, that's the cool thing about Sheffey. A lot of his tricks, a lot of the stuff he did, it's like, holy shit, it still holds up. It's still super gnarly. The backside tail slide on the top of a picnic table, I think he did his backside lip slide too. And that's the early stuff, but then even later on, like frontside 360 ollies and tricks over gaps, and he's really good at late shove-its too. He does like super, super fun.
When I think of Sean, I just think of this force of nature with skateboarding. And this really beautiful thing happens with Plan B, where he just starts skating switch and super tech, switch 360 flip down the 3 or 4 at Sports Arena. It's like, this is this guy who was so powerful and so like raw, and then now he's doing like super technical tricks.
Sean Sheffey is a powerful skateboarder. He's a force, just like charging stuff, ollie onto things that no one else could possibly touch. To me, Sheffey was like a heavyweight boxer. It's like Mike Tyson on a skateboard.
Congratulations to you, Sean. It's so amazing to see you get this award. You have dedicated your life to skateboarding. You have given so much back to skateboarding, and I'm so proud of you.
I know that Sean deserves this and has deserved it, and I'm so stoked for him that he gets to experience this because he's the best.
Bucky Lasek is pretty much one of the best skateboarders of all time.
A big, huge congratulations to my best buddy, Bucky Lasek. After all these years, you're still here, you're still shredding, and you have now been honored to be one of Skateboard Hall of Fame inductees for 2025.
Congrats, Bucky Lasek, on your induction to the Skateboard Hall of Fame. For those who know you, there's no surprise here. You are the man. Continue to innovate. Congrats.
Bucky Lasek is going to outlive everybody on a skateboard. He's such a talented dude. that period of time where skateboarding had collapsed and he just street skated around Baltimore. That era of Bucky, and then having a career revived out of it when it sorted itself out. Most skateboarders just move on when it's all collapsed. That period of time is like the most important period of his time, because that shows that it was burned in his heart and soul that he was going to ride a skateboard.
Bucky Lasek is one of the best skateboarders for decades. He's arguably still the best transition skater. He can do, I mean, he really just has been making up tricks consistently through the years, kind of low-key, at a time when there was just no appreciation for it and for no glory. He just did it because he could. Amazing. I mean, he's got the fire. Bucky has always had the fire.
Bucky's a skate rat, straight up. Since he was 13 years old, he's a skate rat. That's what he loves, that's what he thinks about. Later in life, you gave us all your bucket list from Thrasher. At that point in your career, you could have taken in cruise control and just done your thing, but instead you upped your own game another level, and you still showed how on point you were.
Bucky Lasek. Talk about an innovative, natural, stylish skateboarder. His impact's going to be felt generations from now. Congratulations and welcome to the class of 2025 Skateboarding Hall of Fame.
Hey, welcome up Sean Sheffey, Sal Barbier, and Bucky Lasek. Come on up to accept your awards. 100%. 100%.
This is the music.
Bucket.
We got Bucky.
Yeah, Bucky.
We got Sheffey. And we got Sal. Give it up for these guys.
I'm sure a lot of you are thinking the same thing I'm thinking. Finally?
I'll take that. I'm backing that. I'm backing that.
Are you backing that?
100%.
I mean, I am so honored. Like, literally, my whole life has been about this. Acceptance. Like, that's what skateboarding has given me. It's crazy. Like, shout out to my mom. First off, raised me single-handedly. My dad, not in my life. We had hard times. Grew up in some rough neighborhoods in Baltimore. Moved to Florida, lived on an island for a couple years. It's where my love of turtles, fishing. Yeah. Like, it's insane. Like, I was 8 years old and living on an island. So imagine that. Like, I had myself, I had my family. Yeah, that's where my love of like Hot Wheels and like you guys all know my skateboarding side, so I'm gonna give you a little Bucky salad right now, okay? So I grew up on an island for 2 years at 8 years old. So I like had Hot Wheels. My favorite thing was Crazy Glue, right? Really? Crazy Glue. So I would like take my Hot Wheels apart, make like sick cars. And then like my mom has some bad history with boyfriends. So she met this new guy, and we moved to Florida, right? So I'm like hanging out with my stepfather like he's my stepfather now. And he kind of pissed me off a little bit, right? So I'm like, I woke up late. Well, I was late one night. I was like, all right. I dropped crazy glue in the silverware. I crazy glued the coffee pot. I crazy glued his shoes to the floor. I'm sure I crazy glued some other things too. But yeah, they woke up, and that's who I am. You know what I mean? Like, it happens. You know, I had some issues. You know, I floated around with family members for a while. My grandmom, shout out to my grandmom, love her. Yeah. My Aunt Mary, thank you for, you know, I was raised with 3 of my cousins. Imagine growing up in a household, being that 4th kid that was just like a visitor, you know? So I kind of had like a weird bringing up, almost like a foster home type of thing. But within family, so I was raised with family. Then in Florida, when I lived on that island, I moved out to, sorry about this story, a little Bucky salad. So I moved to North Carolina, I think it was Manio, is that North Carolina? Yeah, on a tugboat. I lived on a tugboat for like a year. And then I moved back to Baltimore, and that's where I met some of my friends that are here tonight. Like, I went to Skateland, was breakdancing, met my friend Fred Cornell. We were breakdancing, like Beach Street breakdown and stuff. Like, then we got into like BMX, and then we got into skateboarding. Christmas was like 2 months away. Fred had a board, AKA Chico. I would run behind him or ride my bike behind him and share his skateboard. Go to like the pop shop, do like rail slides. Taught me frontside bonelesses on like curbs, like a little handicap curb outside of Halliburton Apartments. You remember that, Fred? Yeah. Then we found out where a mini ramp was. We started skating, and the mini ramp was so rad. Like, had like quarter pipe. Like, one side was like vert, the other side like a channel. All right, so long story short, I found skateboarding. I found what brought me, what kind of guided me to become so diverse. And like, you see my style. I like I like the 80s style, like 90s style. Steve Caballero. Shout out to Ed Hicks, who built the ramp that I first started skating, where I met the first pro, Mike McGill. Man, shut that music up. Play me some DMX. Put that DMX back on. Shout out to Ed Hicks. Second air always should be higher. Note that. Also, Brian Ridgway, my skate father. I traveled to California at 15 years old. My mom was just like, yeah, go. Like, you're good, right? Like, Brian Ridgway will take care of you. He showed me so much, like, and then, like, I met, like, through Ed Hicks, Tony Hawk, Stacy Peralta, all these guys came through. Pal Peralta came through on a skateboard demo. They put me on the team. Like, Stacy Peralta put me on Pal Peralta, which was amazing at the time. And that's where I met my buddy Derek Kersauskas. I showed up and just met all the family that are here tonight. Like, I could go deep into this, but, like, I'm very grateful to be where I'm at. I could be robbing Rite Aids right now. But here we are. So thank you. I'll leave it at that. Tony Hawk. Shout out to Tony Hawk. He helped move me to California, and here I am to stay. Thank you. Steve Van Doren, I love you.
Yes, Chef. I'd just like to say thank you, skateboarding. Thank you, skateboarding, and more thank you, skateboarding. I know through my self-expression of skateboarding that it's brought me a long way. It's brought me from Washington, D.C. to Maryland. out through Grand Rapids, where I met a young lady and got her pregnant and had my kid, Julian, and we came out west. And through that, I went through New York City, out to California, came through a couple trade shows, and we got to skate in Del Mar, 1988, my first pro contest, so the history of the Del Mar Ranch has been in my blood since then, too. After the landfill, they still find us to be a part of skateboarding history somehow. I guess when you got it, you know? And I really enjoy it. I feel like skateboarding is one of the most exciting and perfect way to express balance and skill. It's really exciting to me to go out there and stay out of trouble, keep my head out of the dirt, keep my head out of the mayhem, you know, do my prayers, ask God to look out for me and keep me from being injured. But skateboarding does hurt. I mean, it does hurt. But I guess if you enjoy like challenges and excitement, the hurt goes away. You know, the pain goes away, and you want to complete your daily task and things like that. And I was given that through sponsorships and things, a free ride to promote skateboarding and to go, Sean, use this as a vessel to stay out of trouble and to create and to show others that this is possible. So I love it, man. It's amazing. I'm still doing it. I mean, I think for me, everyone I've ever met in skateboarding is a part of me every day, you know. It's like the greatest thing possible. So thank you, skateboarding, and thank you for recognizing that skateboarding will never die. Amen.
Well, I don't talk that much, so if you know me, I didn't have anything planned, so I chat GPT'd something while I was sitting down. So I'm going to see what it came up with. It says, I should thank the Bones Brigade, Powell Peralta, Vans. I should plug my pizza joint, Pizzanista. And then it says, P.S., don't worry, Ray Barbier, I had your board on 8th Street and Powell. Not even ChatGPT gets it right. Jeez. Okay, those are 3 different colored people in one person, for those of you that don't know. We come from that era where it was like, if you demoed, I signed a lot of Ray Barbie boards. And I think last Skateboard Hall of Fame, Van Doren was like, I've been sending checks the wrong place. I got a big tab at Vans, sorry Ray, but I'm gonna jump right into it. There's a lot of people I gotta thank, okay? You know, I come from Louisiana, so it was Baton Rouge, super small town. We had 3 skateboards that we passed around. An Elgato. Yeah, this is when you could borrow boards. You're like, can I borrow your board on Friday? There was an Andrecht and a Steve Olson. Not the shorties, the Santa Cruz Steve Olson. And what an incredible journey. I said, hey, Mom, I'm going to go to California. I got a place to stay. I'm going to go to stay out there for a couple of weeks. And I didn't. I just jumped in a VW van with a groupie that was a groupie of Ted DiBiase, the wrestler. So you know what that is. That's crazy. She had a scorpion tattoo on her butt. And it was awesome. I don't mean any disrespect. You just got to understand where I'm coming from. So I jumped in that van, and look, along the way, I got to really shout out Scooter. Remember Scooter? Let's hear it for Scooter. Scooter's the ramp. Long live Scooter. I didn't have a place to stay, and he just let me stay at his house with his mom, and they had that refrigerator that had everything in it, and you could eat it, and no one said anything, and they left the house and let me stay there. So I really got to thank Scooter and the Anderson family and the Miller family. And I'm going to back it up. You know, there was some shops that were really cool. Remember when skate shops were skate shops, when you could touch a shirt? They were like, what are you doing? You unfolded it? Are you serious? Yeah, skate shops. And they flew out, you know, all these great people. Got to see the Bones Brigade. Got to see Vallely. We made him come out 8 times over and over and over again. But I want to shout out Surf and Skate. I want to shout out Bicycle Source. I want to shout out Pacific Drive. I want to shout out Jim. And I want to shout out Humidity, who keeps everything going. And, you know, I'll go back to the journey. It was just great. I mean, I knew, how did I know I ran into Eddie. I rode for the same team as Eddie. Wow. To me, I was like, that's bragging rights where I'm from. I was like, you won't believe it. I was like Andrek. I was like Dave Andrek. I was at H Street. The guy comes out of the office looking like a Kinko salesman with a tucked-in shirt, topsiders, and I'm like, dude, that guy can still ride. And I would tell that story all the time. I'm like, that is insane. And then who could, I mean, one of my great friends, Steve Olson. This is just awesome. I mean, I didn't know how to go front side in pools, which I still kind of don't, because we didn't have that many, and it was a treat to have him, and he still does make fun of me every time we go to a pool. But I like to think that's where I learned how to somewhat carve. So I'd really like to shout out the guys from the 80s, everybody that was on a VHS or Betamax tape. You were my best friend in high school. Geraldo and you guys is all I looked at. And I really got to break it down. I mean, I was fortunate enough to skate with Ngoho from time to time now, but as a kid, I knew him as a guy that did the front side grind to fakie. So that's where we all took it. I knew Malba from staring at the Chicago. I had one videotape, the Chicago Blowout. So I worshipped Fedge. I knew Malba from doing a rock and roll shuffle. You know, studied every street skating video that I could get a hand on. My Trick, Danforth, Nose Pick on a Curb, Lucero. I mean, the list could just go on. So I'm just humbled because I don't take that stuff lightly. So every time I see these guys, it's like, it's unbelievable. You'd have to be where I'm from to really understand that, but it's truly an awesome thing, and I'm really glad that some people thought of me and put me in somehow with these people. So thank you all. Oh, I forgot something.
Let's give it up for these guys. Sal Barbier, Sean Sheffey, and Bucky Lasek. What an incredible induction. Good catch.
What a
good
crew.
Catch,
what a
good
crew.
Catch. Photo by Burnett himself, Thrasher Magazine. Let's get right into the next category.
Yes, sir.
One thing with
Go ahead, Sean.
and amateur factory sponsored skateboarding, you gotta want it.
Amen to that.
Straight from Sean Sheffey, you gotta want it. A lot of passion up here, a lot of speeches that are so heartfelt. It's hard to, you know, put an end to it, but we got the music for that. But we're going right into the next category, and this is Jaime Reyes.
Yes.
Definitely touches my heart. She's from Hawaii. She's one of the first female street skaters.
To bring it raw, to bring it legit.
She was the first female street skater to grace the cover of Thrasher in 1994.
That's right.
She was tech. She was stylish. She was, I mean, I can't say it enough. She's from Hawaii. She was very cool at the time, I remember, and seeing her come on the scene. And I always supported the girls. And, you know, before that, there was only Carabeth Burnside on the cover of Thrasher. Let's give it up for her to start the spark for these girls. And then now you have Jaime Reyes, who
sparking it off. One of the street
brought
skaters.
in the street skating.
100%. Brought in the street skating for the women. We love you, Jamie. Come on up.
Let's check out this video of Jaime Reyes.
Oops, my bad. 1 sec. Got ahead of myself.
Jaime Reyes, the queen of Hawaiian skateboarding. She graced the cover of Thrasher magazine as a teenager. She definitely has the best switch backside tail slide out of any female I've ever seen, and definitely a pioneer of women's street skateboarding. She's had my vote to get in the Hall of Fame for many years. It's so exciting for me to finally see her inducted.
Jamie's skating at 14 through 16. She was so technically advanced for skateboarding and as a woman, where I feel that the last 2 generations of women is finally caught up to her and is progressing further than what she was at 16.
Jaime Reyes means like everything to skateboarding. Not even just women's skateboarding, like skateboarding in general, you know? And East Coast skateboarding. She's the best. She's the best, dude. I don't know. Switchback tail? Like, come on. I don't know. She's the best.
It makes me feel really good to see someone like Jamie, like a real-ass baddie bitch, get that kind of recognition, like Hall of Fame stuff. I'm like, that is super important and so well-deserved.
Congratulations, Jamie. From iconic video parts, signature shoe on Gallus, the good times on rookie skateboards traveling the world skating contest. You are always pushing the progression and part of the reason why the current level is where it is today.
I'm a huge fan of women's skateboarding, and to see another Hawaiian roots skateboarder go into the Hall of Fame, it's a great tribute. So congratulations, Jaime Reyes. And let's welcome to the stage to receive her award, Jaime Reyes.
Yeah, Jamie! Woo!
I know she's feeling overwhelmed right now.
Here she comes. Fresh to death.
I'm gonna try and not cry. So it's gonna be hopefully quick. I want to thank you, Jim, Tommy, the real team. You know, come full oval. Thank you. I want to thank my brother. You know, my dad. All the filmers and photographers that, you know, my ride or dies. My wifey Darcy. To all my friends and everyone, you know who you are. I wouldn't be out here without you guys. I'm sorry, guys.
Take your time. You got it.
You know, skateboarding has given me so much, and it's an honor, and it's the icing on the cake. Without skateboarding, I would probably have 10 baby daddies and 10 baby mamas. And you know, without skateboarding, I got to see the world. So thank you, skateboarding. This is for you, Hawaii. And I want all the kids in Hawaii to know that, you know, to see the possibilities for themselves. And this is for you guys and everybody else. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah. We love you, Jamie.
Congratulations, Jaime Reyes.
Yes.
Loving seeing all these tears. I used to get tears when I used to skate freestyle down the beach. Damn, look at you guys, still awake, loving it out there. Obviously, the beer ran out like 3 hours ago because we were looking sober. But this next person has been the fixture of Southern California skateboarding, a face that many of you guys know and love, master of all-terrain, including freestyler, 360 master. We all know where we're going with this one. And, but seriously, like just an incredible person with so much passion and commitment to skateboarding and a big heart of gold. He donates a lot of time to the Poseidon Foundation to give back to the local communities and help people in need. Just a phenomenal human being. And as you guys probably know, he invented the Jim Jam. Yeah. We all know, we're gonna wanna see the Jim Jam. Jim Gray, welcome to the Hall of Fame induction ceremony. And let's see a video and get this going.
Yeah, Jim.
Okay, so what are we doing here? Oh, Skateboarding Hall of Fame. Cool. And who's being inducted? Jim Gray. Jim Gray in the Skateboarding Hall of Fame. All right, well, let's tackle this.
Skateboarding is fun. And when I think of the individual who has more fun skateboarding than anyone else, without a doubt, it's Jim Gray.
Okay, here we go. Jim Gray ready for Gina.
To induct a skater into the Skateboard Hall of Fame, it needs to be one that represents skateboarding at its core. And no one does that better than Jim Gray.
Jim Gray, he started out super young. He's such an original, old school skater, if you like power flex skater. Eventually, I want to say his most famous part of the career was when he rode for GNS. He had his own model boards on GNS.
Jim Gray from Board Incident.
Let's get to the later part. When Jim's pro career was, I wouldn't say over, or his skating career never stopped. The guy still skates as good as anybody out there. I mean, you have to see it to believe it. And so he's riding for Blockhead, had a board on Blockhead. And eventually started his own companies, Acme, Standard Trucks, Formula One Wheels, and Scarecrow.
Yo, Jim, much respect. So much love and respect. Acme, my favorite company. Omar Hassan, Bo Akita, Remy Stratton. I always wanted to ride for that company. Bunch of rippers on that. As you can tell, I'm a fan of Jim Gray. All the way live. Enough respect.
Jim talks really fast and has lots of ideas. Well, ideas are a dime a dozen. It's making them happen. That's the hard part. But he works his ass off.
Jim Gray is the ambassador of fun. You'll hear him before you see him.
Yeah, you know it. Gold medal, baby.
He's just always hyping up skateboarding, hyping up everything that he's involved in skateboarding at every event, every function he can get to, helping get skate parks built, you name it.
Congratulations on being inducted into the Skateboarding Hall of Fame. Long overdue. Congratulations, Jim Gray.
Yeah, Jim Gray. Been killing it for decades.
Hey, hey. Talking about Gray. Jim Gray. Jim Jam. Great slide. Jim Gray. 50 Shades of Gray. 50 Shades of Jim.
How is everybody?
Let's turn that this
I gotta take a picture of all you guys with my trophy.
There you go. Good call.
Wait, make some fucking noise! All right, that's more like it. So that was a really cool video. Thank the buddy for putting all these videos together. It's a lot of work. I definitely was not the best skateboarder on earth. I love skateboarding. I call myself the luckiest guy in skateboarding. I was a little 12-year-old kid. Klaus told me to take this off. Little 12-year-old kid rode around the neighborhood. Some other kids said, you need to come try out for our team. I ended up at Skatopia skate park, ended up on a team called Pro-Am. Started entering contests and eventually ended up on Powerflex and GNS. But the bottom line is just skateboarding is fun. I mean, we're all here because we love a skateboarder. We are a skateboarder. We've ridden a skateboard. It's not about how good you are. It's about how much fun you have. I'm the luckiest guy in skateboarding because I got to not only stand on a ramp next to Steve Caballero and Tony Hawk, I got to call George Powell and talk about the skateboard business and made a couple million skateboards in my own factory. I got to watch little kids like Omar Hassan grow up and become top pro skateboarders. And so I barely got to do everything. I got to stand on all sides of the business. I helped form the group I Ask, which puts this event on in the early days. The first board meeting was held in my conference room. I was in the background dabbling with it, with skateboarding in mind. I helped get a book called The Public Skate Park Development Guide. I didn't write it. I helped make it happen. It was a passion of mine. Thousands of copies were sent around the country. Guys like Jim Fitzpatrick was up here earlier telling you about it. That guy worked his ass off to get signatures and people to get a thing going so he could get skateboarding protected from liability. I was there in the Senate Judicial Committee the second time they approved it finally. I just love skateboarding, and I want to help skateboarding however I can. And I'm going to skate the way I want to skate when I want to skate. I really don't care what style of skateboarding is. If you ride a skateboard, you're a skateboarder. If you're a longboarder, a freestyler, a slalom rider, you're all amazing, and I love all of you. So are you guys having fun tonight? Because I have noticed you guys have been kind of quiet, because most of us talk too long, and then I'm not going to talk long enough for him to put the music on. And that ridiculous song they played when I walked up, that was Klaus in my living room. I know, I love that. But again, thank you for the acknowledgement. It means a lot. I love skateboarding, I always will. And I appreciate you guys all showing up. Thank you for the love. Let's make some noise and say, skateboarding is fun! Skateboarding is fun! Long live skateboarding. Love you guys. Thank you very much. And thanks for posing for a picture for me.
Give it up for Jim Gray.
Jim.
We're going right into the 1980s era too, and this is about Ben Schroeder, Karma Tsocheff, and Wade Speyer.
Yes.
Let me tell you, Ben Schroeder is like a freight train.
Locomotive.
If you're standing in front of him in a bowl on a ramp, you are going to die.
Look out.
But one thing about Ben, he was a pioneer. I was there when he would basically pioneered lip tricks. He made lip tricks actually a high point added to your scores when it came to contests. Before that, it was airs and inverts, traditional tricks. But when Ben came, I believe it was around the Raging Waters down in San Jose, where he just came in like a flurry. He was doing ollie tail slides across the channel, Smith grinds, reverts, lip slides, I mean, the variations of lip tricks was phenomenal. And it's all because of Ben Schroeder. We know him as the Big Ben, but he was a pioneer.
And I got to say, we as street skaters, we took a lot from Ben with the lip tricks and brought it to curbs and rails. So Ben was also a huge pioneer of street skating as well. I was going to add that in.
Yeah, and Karma, some of the best photos of Karma. I wasn't able to hang out with the street skaters in San Fran and all that, but I tell you, Karma, the name, I love his name. I mean, with a name like Karma Tsocheff, I mean, you cannot fail. But
Karma, sorry to cut you off there, Christian. Karma is one of the most underrated skaters of all time. So let's get our hands together for Karma Tsocheff real quick. If you guys know him, you love him. He's a great guy. In the 90s, I had the pleasure of living a couple blocks away from Karma. and we skated, played music together. Shout out to his boy Mike Alexis here as well. And I just had so much fun with Karma throughout the years. And again, he's super underrated, so I'm really proud of him to get this award, to accept this award. And then lastly, we got to mention this guy is pure fire.
Come on.
Let's say the name Wade Speyer.
Wade Speyer.
Woo! Fire. I mean, yeah, I was up in Northern California, and just watching him destroy parks, it's like nothing else, man. The guy is a locomotive as well. And pure fire, that's all I got to say. Wade Speyer.
He was definitely an all-terrain skateboarder before all-terrain was a thing. Yeah. He could skate everything. He was one of the first guys that I saw skate and go big without pads. Yeah. He was one of the best spine skaters of all time, still to this day. And I'm just excited to invite all these guys up after we watch this video of them shredding our face off. Let's check it out.
Ew.
Ben Schroeder is probably one of the best lip trick skateboarders of all times. He's done so many lip tricks and variations of lip tricks.
Up on the ramp right now and ready to drop in is Ben Schroeder. He is 18 years of age. He is one of the
Big Ben, man, you came on the scene hot. I just remember you at Raging Waters coming in mock speed, doing lip tricks, and not only doing lip tricks, but making them look good. I remember thinking to myself, I have to learn lip tricks now.
Ben Schroeder was one of our heroes growing up in the late 80s because of his lip trick mastery, like lip slide, Smith grinds, Ollie Smith grind reverts, 50-50 to fakies. We got all that stuff from watching Ben Schroeder back in the day.
Schroeder's an anomaly, man. Like, massive dude that had so much finesse. It's very important, I think, for skateboarding. He is the switch over between holding onto your board everywhere and street skating where you're not touching your board. I just remember thinking like, oh, this guy's doing stuff that is new that I can't really understand.
I mean, obviously he can do airs and inverts and eggplants, and everything that he does is so maxed out, and he's such a big guy, and he just, you know, he's probably one of the most powerful, exciting skateboarders to watch.
Hey, what's up, Ben? It's your buddy Mo. Congratulations on making it to the Hall of Fame. No one I've known over the last 40 years since we've been skating together has hit every curb harder, every bank and ditch, mini ramp, pool, and park as well as you. It's well deserved, buddy. Thanks for all the memories from your boys in the STV and Chatry. Thanks for all the downhill sessions.
My name's Tsocheff. I live in Visalia, California.
Tsocheff is my favorite skateboarder of all time, and he should be yours too. Karma, to me, really set the bar of what a professional skateboarder should be. When he was skating, he was really at one with his skateboard, man. You could take him to anything, a vert ramp, a backyard pool, a mini ramp, street, curbs, ledges, stairs. He could skate everything.
Oh yeah? Yeah. Hey, you got a cell phone? I'm gonna make a phone call.
I think that when you think about the Hall of Fame, you know the icons like the Tony Hawks and the Rodney Mullins go in, but I think the like core of skateboarding wants to see skaters who are more like the glue. people who kind of really represent the core of the culture, the hard skating from the fringe places. And I think Karma, you know, he just had something really special. I mean, just look like, this got to be like late 90, and he's ripping Fort Miley. You know, Red Dog shot this.
I was digging through boxes and bins looking for old photos, slides. I found this old black and white image from the first day I ever met Karma. And he was doing a frontside blindside on this curb at Chicago Title. And I took a picture of the picture and I texted it to Jake, and I was just like, the best. The last text message I ever got from Jake, and it just said scary but true. And I really think that says a lot about Karma.
So a lot of people don't know how much of an ATV that Karma Tsocheff is. He's just got a really good style, and he's brought so much to the table into skateboarding that I feel like he's one of those names that a lot of people should do research and really figure out who Karma Tsocheff is.
Karma, congratulations, man. Skateboard Hall of Fame. Checks out, brother. The evidence is everywhere, bro. You left a paper trail, man, that can't be denied. 3 Thrasher covers, cover of Big Brother, all the countless photos in general. 30-something years, man. Tough, you know, since 1990. On behalf of Visalia and myself, congratulations. I love you, brother.
That's the end, folks.
Dude, Wade Speyer is seriously one of the best all-around skaters there has ever been.
Wade Speyer, incredible, powerful, speed, aggressive, but made it look good. It's so hard to have those elements and put them together, but when you put them together, you got Wade Speyer.
I'm gonna give him and label him the best spine skater of all time for sure. Like he could skate a spine like no one else, and his attitude and his charisma. And, I mean, we all looked up to Wade, and we still do. And Wade's one of those dudes who's just legend forever.
Spine ramp skating was gnarly because Wade made it gnarly.
1992, 93, 94, 95. Everybody kind of was in a realm of mental conformity. Skateboarding could have killed itself with being so fucking bad. And thankfully there was Wade Speyer.
Wade's the guy that you want in the van, because he'll tell the stories, keep everybody hyped, get out of the van, and destroy whatever we're riding.
And Wade is the sickest. Wade's always been one of my favorites. That sequence that he had at Embarcadero before he was sponsored, I think his feet were all duct taped up, maybe his nose was duct taped up. I don't know, but he ollied off the wave towards the 7. He's just one of the best.
One of the biggest parts of skateboarding with a guy like Wade Speyer is attitude. And he just had an attitude for aggression on his skateboard, yet with subdued, almost in control but out of control style, but just effortless. He was an incredible all-around skateboarder.
The skateboard world is lucky to have Wade Speyer, and his influence has been felt from the past and will continue to influence people and skaters into the next generations.
This one's all for you, Wade. High fives and congratulations on your induction to the Skateboarding Hall of Fame.
Woo! All right. Let's welcome to the stage Ben Schroeder, Karma Tsocheff, and Wade Speyer. Hall of Famers.
And hey, real quick note, last call for alcohol. If you want any alcohol or beers, get them now. We're shutting it down. Thank you. All right, I got Big Ben's. Yeah. Yeah, Wade. Yeah, Karma.
All right. Thank you. So, first I want to thank, of course, my mother, my belated mother. She recently passed. But for her endless, undying support, constantly driving me and my brothers to the skate park, Upland Pipeline, and the endless stream of trips to the hospital, of course, 40 minutes away hospital. I love my mother's. And I'm also thankful for Madison Avenue, the street that my father moved to when I was, our house we moved to the top of Madison when I was 5 years old. And this was a long, steep street, and that's where I learned to skateboard. Of course, halfway up at first. And I'm thankful for my brother Nick, who was a Madison Maverick. Back in the 70s, they would bomb Madison and have their drive behind each other in their vans, their old 70s vans, and watch the speedometer to see how fast you're going. And Nick went 50 miles an hour down it, and that was a legend of my life, of my childhood. And sorry, I don't mean to shout, I don't mean to get emotional. I have a little list here. And I'm very thankful for the Upland Pipeline and Stan and Jean. My mother driving us out there, me and my brothers every Saturday, as I already probably said, dropping us off at 10 a.m., picking us up at 10 p.m., and learning to skate at Upland Pipeline, learning the basics, learning in the original combi. And I also want to thank Ed and Red. Ed is Eric Dressen, Red is Red Dog. Eric Dressen got me on Dogtown when we skated the pipeline together. And I want to also thank Skate Dr. Rob, who ran the skate shop at the pipeline. When I dislocated my shoulder in the combi when I was 14, and him and Stan got the stretcher out and got me in the back of his truck, drove me to the hospital. And I want to thank Ricky Barnes. Yeah, Ricky. My first flow, my first sponsor, he would bring me Bob the Nike models. And I think Madrid wheels too. And I want to thank my doctors, like Dr. DeLibrio, who saved my broken shoulder, took the plates out of my compound fracture in my arm. Multiple trips were to him, and he was such an excellent doctor. And I also want to thank San Jose Medical Center and the staff there. The compound fracture, and the vest ride, the gang I was on with Grosso, Todd Prince, Gary Sunbury, sorry. And I in the candy warehouse, I compound fractured my arm, my bone popped out. And as we were driving to the hospital, that's the legend is, demanded they don't let them cut the vest off me because we all had our vests on. In the hospital, they often cut your vest off. Anyway, and I want to thank Denmark and for when I was stuck with a broken leg in Denmark. Sorry for all this. I'm gonna go faster. And the hospital staff at the Suhus, the South Hospital in Aalborg, Knut Christensen, the surgeon, Soren Colt, the surgeon, and Suzanne Yolk, the nurse. They were so good to me for so many months. I was stuck there in Denmark for 14 months trying to heal my leg. And I want to thank Steve Douglas for organizing a fundraiser so I could move out of the homeless shelter when I was stuck there. And to finalize my thanks, I'll skip some, is I want to thank Giovanna, gorgeous Giovanna, for the endless love and support. All the trips to the skate parks, she would actually film
And also when I had seizures, she found me in my room unconscious after 2 days going missing, banging my head on the ground, having seizures. She saved my life, got me to the hospital. And that's it. Well, you know what? I think I will go ahead and read this poem, this rhyme that I picked up off the ground out there. As I stand up here this evening, celebrating my love for our rolling art, my heart certainly rejoices, but then soon remorses the day that skateboarding and I will part. My skateboarding will have no ending, cries out my heart. In its refusal to surrender, it continues to spout, I'll love you, skateboarding, I'll love you, until all of the concrete on the planet has turned to dust. I'll love you, skateboarding, I'll love you, until all of the steel pipe coping is disintegrated with eons of rust. The years shall chicane like a snake run, turning side to side rather than rushing ahead to be done. Our time together, skateboarding is still in its infancy, for the love for you that I hold is above all of the ages and the most eternal of all the world. But then the clock atop the tower, old Ben, begins to whir and chime. Oh, let not time deceive you. You cannot conquer time. In the 2x4s under the transitions of the vert ramp, where justice naked is, time watches from the shadows and slams you despite your bliss. In self-doubt and in hesitation, vaguely life leaks away, and time will have his fancy tomorrow or today. Onto many a masonite vert ramp drifts the appalling snow. Time cracks the smooth riding surface that once so nicely flowed. The pools get filled with water, the bowls get filled with sand. Oh, dive into a pool and feel the transitions with your hand. My old knee pads mold in the basement, my back moans and groans in the bed, and the crack in the pool block opens a lane to the land of the dead, where the backstabbers reel in the banknotes, the two-faced are glorified by photogs, the sponsors determine who's to be exalted, and only the regular skaters celebrate the underdogs. It's getting late in the evening. Yes, my competitive skateboarding might be gone. Old Big Ben has ceased his chiming, but my love for skateboarding runs on. And the final line, yes, even if it's time for me to breathe a new breath, skateboarding will be with me always, like my own flesh until death. Thank you.
Hello, give it up to skateboarding. Hi, my name is Karma Tsocheff, and I'm a skateboarder. No, there's a lot of people I'd like to thank. Skateboarding Hall of Fame, Laura, and Todd, and all the flames out there. I'd like to thank Jim Thebo, Bod Boyle, Bob Goodsby, Jake Phelps, Fausto Vitello, Eric Swinson, Jeff Clint, Ron Allen, my girlfriend Samantha Leone, Mike Alexis, Dale Blackman, Nick Freitas, Doug Sains, Doug! Consolidated Skateboards, Jim Muir, Red Dog, for popping my cherry and taking me on the road for a month and a half when I was 17 years old, giving me a pro model and just turning my life around and letting me live the dream. I love skateboarding. It doesn't owe me anything. I owe everything to skateboarding, and I'm just so thankful. And just give it up. You guys are my family. Thank you. And Steve Van Doren and Van Shoes, first and foremost. Hello? Yeah, Steve. I'm here. I'm right here. Yeah. Big ups.
Hey, so just a few minutes from me before these guys, but I got a few things to say. What a rad night. Congratulations, Big Ben and Karma.
Yeah! Thank you!
Rad dudes. We love it. And congrats to all the Skateboarding Hall of Fame 2025 inductees. I just want to take a few minutes to say a few words about everybody's favorite skater, Wade Speyer.
Yeah!
One of Northern California's favorite sons at a time when skateboarding was becoming overly specialized in street skating and in vert. Street or vert or street, Wade did it all. With speed, style, and control, Wade was a 100% all-terrain skateboarder. Coming out of the late 80s and into the early 90s, Wade was the new generation. He carried the old style on his shoulders, and he flew the flag for the new generation. Whoa.
Oh, wait.
Hey, things out of mind of its own. Curbs or street, vert and bowls, effortlessly combining them all. Wade was the first, one of the first or the first to hit SF's hub, a hideout, and unlock what was actually possible there. Wade was making waves in all the contests, not just in placings, but in all-out attack and showmanship, like that frontside pivot at the Taj Mahal at the PAL Zone, and many, many more contests. Wade was a standout. Mini ramp dominations that led to the first, one of the first ever Park Bowl mini combo bowls in Marseille. Wade won that first contest, opening the doors for what would later be known as Park Style, which is now in the Olympics. Wade set that pace.
Yep. 100%.
From the Dogtown video to the Think videos to label kills, Wade inspired generations before and every generation after. He's a family man. He's a truck driver with a curled mesh cap and a flannel on his back and some cuffed Wranglers and a pair of old Vans. A funny story about Wade too, he actually met his wife at Hensley's Bar and Grill, which Matt Hensley is here. And they had a son. His name is Hensley. So pretty awesome. That's what skateboarding does. Brings everybody together. So one last thing. Wade didn't ask to be everybody's favorite skater. He just is. Congratulations, Wade.
Yeah, Wade!
Now it's Wade's turn to talk.
A lot of people here. This is rough, but I want to thank my whole family, my mom and dad, and they've done so much for us and skateboarding and letting me build all the ramps that I've had. And they said, hey, I'm going to build a ramp. So I built a ramp. I said, hey, you want to come check it out? My dad says, you built two. And I said, no, they're connected. So anyway, so that's how the spine ramp got started in the backyard. Then I want to thank Jim for sponsoring me and Fausto. And you know, we go to these contests, and I would just be nervous, didn't know what to do, and Jim would look at me like it's time to go, and I tell him I don't know what to do, and he would just say, do what you do, and that's all the advice I got, so I just did it, you know. Same thing with, we'd go to Europe, travel all over the world, and Jake told me, hey, it's time to show the world what Northern California is about. So that's what I did. Yeah. I want to thank my Danville crew for, you know, we would just get in the car and we'd go drive for 6 hours to ride the Reading ramp. We didn't even know where it was. But we went, you know, but we would skate street, mini ramps, just whatever. And that's just what we did. Anyway, I want to thank everybody, and that's it. That's all I got. Thank you very much.
Give it up for Wade Speyer, Karma Tsocheff, and Ben Schroeder.
Yes.
80s era too.
Oh, and also I want to say thank you for Ben for taking me under his wing when I first started. And Karma, little people didn't know that he used to live with me for 7 years in Concord.
And it saved my life. He got me out of Visalia, California.
All right, thank you very much.
Thanks, buddy, and Six Stair for the videos. Appreciate it.
Give it up for these guys.
3 of my favorite skateboarders
They
of
are
all
now
time.
Hall of Famers.
Cheers. I am not lying. 3 of my favorite skateboarders of all time.
They're going home
100%.
revered. They're going home revered. So let's go right into the next category. It's about icon Mike Ternasky. Rest in peace.
Yeah, Mike.
Mike Ternasky was a powerhouse. He was the
innovator.
Pretty much the new Stacy Peralta, so to speak. He got these guys together. He was a man of character, from what I've heard. He was a guy that cared about his team. He cared about skateboarding. He cared about how it looked. He was involved in every aspect of it. He was almost like this quiet but yet profound and creative person that I saw from the outside. And it sucks that, you know, sometimes life comes up short, but it's about what you've done in your life that really makes your dent in this world that we live in. And Mike Ternasky made such a huge dent in the lives of so many skateboarders, so many people who have been inspired to follow skateboarding. And so it's a huge, huge icon award to get right now that Mike Ternasky is receiving. And so, I don't know, Chris, you have some words to say.
Oh, man, Mike, he was just an innovator, and he had a vision. Exactly like you said, like Stacy Peralta. Mike had a real vision. And I remember we were at an amateur contest in about '88, and somebody threw on the 8th Street video. Was it Shackle Me Not, I believe, and Hocus Pocus. Anyway, but those 2 videos blew our fucking minds. And, you know, Mike went on to form Plan B Skateboards, which is still alive today. Just look at Sean Sheffey. And the world misses Mike Ternasky. So if you're looking at us, Mike, we love you. Thank you for all the inspiration, all the technical skateboarding you brought forth, and your vision. And we miss you, and we love you.
Check out this video right now.
I mean, I think if you frame what an icon is in the terms of the Hall of Fame, Craig Stessek's the first icon to go in, rightfully so. You see someone who was inside of skateboarding who shaped it in an undeniable way. And Mike going in as an icon really acknowledges, you know, the seismic impact that he had. Being a company owner, being a filmmaker, being a visionary for what skateboarding could be.
Who is Mike Ternasky? Who is Mike T? Who is MT? He was someone who believed in me. He made video. He was a company owner. He was a big brother. He was someone who believed in a bunch of kids that a lot of people didn't believe in those kids. He was a motivator. He was a nurturer. I think he was the reason for a lot of progression in skating.
Mike Ternasky was an inspirational, super talented, highly motivated, great guy. He was also my best friend. We started 8th Street together. So we would eventually go on to make Shackle Me Not at first, Hocus Pocus second, and his whole idea about skater-owned, skater-made skate videos, it worked out pretty amazing. As far as that goes, the rest is history.
The word I always think of when I think of Mike is maverick. Mike Ternasky is an iconic figure in the history of skateboarding. And he's iconic for the way that he was thinking about companies different, he was thinking about riders different, he was thinking about videos different, and then he was kind of thinking about the culture and the future and a lot of those things differently.
I'm really stoked that Mike's getting recognized in the Hall of Fame for all his contributions. They always came from a good place. He just loved skating, you know, and that was his contribution. Is like he liked to skate and he liked to film people, and he had a company with Magnuson. Went on to do Plan B, and always came from the right place, and he took care of us in a way that I'm glad I rode for him.
When people ask me who my dad was, I often just say a skate filmmaker because I think it's the easiest way to surmise him in a way that people can understand quickly. But if someone from the skate industry or somebody who really wanted to get to know my dad asked me, I would say, you know, I think my father really came into an industry and wanted to inspire people to be able to go out and do it themselves. You know, when he started making films, he was teaching other people how to make those films. When he created companies, he was teaching other people how to make and run their own companies. And so he was oftentimes trying to mentor, trying to coach, trying to give back. I would say my father's legacy is really just about sharing the vision that he had to make skateboarding something that more people could enjoy and to shine a light on an incredible art form that not a lot of people saw at the time that he was alive as this incredible space for people to connect, for people to explore, and for people to be able to express themselves. Thank you so much, Skateboarding Hall of Fame. I love you, MT. Miss you every day. And congratulations on this incredible honor. Let's celebrate.
Mike Ternasky, believer, an amazing man of God, and what going to receive the award is going to be Michaela Ternasky and Jake Rosenberg. Come on to the stage. Long time no see, Jacob.
What an extraordinary moment, and I'm just going to keep it focused so I don't get emotional. But thank you to the Skateboarding Hall of Fame, to Laura, Todd, John, Lance, and of course, filmer brother-in-arms Buddy, who, like all of us filmers know, just gets their hands dirty and does what's necessary to make something special so you can feel it through the video and the work, which cuts at the essence of who Mike Ternasky was. To be in Mike Ternasky's gaze was a gift that could last a lifetime. But the gift of Mike Ternasky was his gaze back on skateboarding. The way he saw skaters as exceptional humans, deep humans with tremendous potential. The way he saw crafting the experience of a skate video as cinematic with feeling, showcasing skaters with heart, soul, and talent. The way he envisioned what a skateboard team was, and the way that one long conversation, and so many of us had that long conversation, could change your life. All of this makes him worthy of being recognized as the icon that he always was. Because before Mike Ternasky was Mike Ternasky, he was Mike Ternasky. He was already who we know him to be. And true to form, I think if MT was here, 100%, he'd be talking about everyone else. He'd put the shine on the skaters, on his business partners, on his creative partners, on his wife, on his daughter. He'd be taking the shine off himself and saying that it was all of you here that allowed him to be inspired and to have an impact. He'd say, it's not about me. And he wouldn't be lying, because he truly took inspiration from so many of you at the deepest level possible. And skateboarding is such an act of being seen, and Mike's gift is that he saw so many of us, and he translated that vision into videos and to humans and people that express something with a skateboard through video and through the act that makes us feel something incredible. It's been an honor for me to hold Mike's legacy with me since he's passed, and an even bigger honor in the last decade to share that legacy with his daughter, Michaela.
All right. Thank you, Jake. I can't speak much to skateboarding, but I can speak to relationships. And isn't that what it's all about? Relationships with ourselves, relationship with others, and of course, relationships with a beautiful art form like skateboarding. And for me, I think we can all identify a feeling of being lost, especially at 18. My father died before I was born, and at 18, I wasn't just searching for myself, but I was trying to search and find my father. Now, I don't think I'll ever truly find my father, but what I have found is such a more beautiful, rich, and fulfilling item than I could have ever hoped or imagined for. And that was the skateboard industry and the most beautiful people that live inside this industry. Thank you, Dad, for always taking care of me. And thank you, skateboarding, for taking care of my dad. Can we play that song that we had as we were coming on the stage? Because I just want to say, as we sit here on this beautiful night in Costa Mesa, celebrating this art form of skateboarding, what a wonderful world. Have a wonderful night, and thank you.
Whoa.
Wow, what an ender.
What a wonderful night it's been, right? Well, what a way to finish out the night with the last award, but we want to get all the inductees to come up to the stage to do a photo with all of your trophies. So if all the inductees that are here, would you make your way to the stage? And then we want to do a photo also with all the Hall of Famers that are here after that. And so we just want to say thank you all very much. All of you online that are watching, thank you for just joining us. Thank you to all the inductees who got inducted tonight. Can we give a round of applause for all the inductees?
Hey, and thank you, Steve Van Doren, for hosting us and having us here.
Big thank you to Steve Van Doren.
Lovely evening. We love you, Steve.
Todd Huber from Skateboard Hall of Fame, Jim Fitzpatrick. We love you guys. Thank you all for joining us, and we can't wait to see you all next year. God bless you all, and have a good night from the Skateboard Hall of Fame 2025. God bless you.
God bless you.
Pete. Photo on the stage, right? Okay, all the inductees, please come to the stage right now. Bring your trophies and get over to the stage. Come on up, Freddie. I see you're up here. First man on the stage, Titus. Bucky Lasek, I see you. Big shout out to those who joined us tonight. All the legends. I see Jim Muir over there hanging out. What's up, Red Dog? I see George Powell in the house. Jim Gray, get on the stage. Jim Gray, get on the stage. All inductees, get to the stage. Ben Schroeder, make your way to the stage. Wade Speyer. Karma. Come on up, guys. Sal Barbier. Come on up. We got more inductees. Jake Rosenberg, Michaela, bring the trophy. Come on up. There you are. Jaime Reyes, where you at? Come on up. Bring your trophy. I'm going to start calling out all your names. Congrats. Pat Ngoho. Yeah. Who are we missing? Sally Ann Miller. Are you here? Sally Ann Miller. George Trafton, if you're here in the building, please come to the stage. What an amazing photo. What an amazing photo. Dale Smith. Dale Smith. Short guys in the front. Short guys in the front. Yeah, Dale. Front row every time. Front row every time. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2025 Skateboarding Hall of Fame inductees. Get your photo, get your video, and don't blink. Hall of Famers, don't blink, don't blink. Stay focused on the camera, guys. It's your moment. I see Don Brown getting his photo. I see Jim Thiebaud. How you doing, Jim? Deluxe in the house. Lift up those trophies, guys. Check it out. Get your photos. What an amazing moment. What an amazing moment. There's Lance Mountain. I see Lance Mountain, Hall of Famer in the house. I saw Marty Grind. I see GSD. Gary Scott Davis. I see him. Get a photo of him. The inventor of the boneless is in the building. Straight over there. Right over there. Yeah, Jim Thiebaud. You're sticking out with that orange sweatshirt. Definitely not low key. Congratulations to all of you, Hall of Famers. Let's give it up one more time for this year's inductees into the Skateboarding Hall of Fame. Congratulations, guys. Nope, you're stuck. Thank you very much. Thank you guys all. We love you. Skateboard Hall of Fame loves you. We will see you next year. Have a great night. And by the way, Steve Van Doren, myself, the whole Vans team asked if you could just grab a chair and take it with you. Help out. That would be amazing. If you see something blocking the walkways, pick it up. But if you could grab a chair, that would be amazing. All of you guys, do it for the girls. Do it for the girls. Here. This is great. Bucky Lasek, baby. Welcome to the Hall of Fame, Bucky Lasek. Matt Hensley in the house. I see you. Salty Dog Cruz. Flogging Molly. And if you are a Hall of Famer who have been in, come to the stage. Let's do another photo. Impromptu.
Hey, how about a round of applause for Christian all night?
Thank you, guys. Good night.
All right, all you Hall of Famers, been inducted, get to the stage. Get to the stage. We're going to do a full, all Hall of Famers get to the stage if you're in the building. Don't be humble. Don't try to get out of it. If you are a Hall of Famer, come to the stage. Come to the stage. Matt Hensley, you are a Hall of Famer. Get to the stage. John Lucero, where are you at? Steve Hirsch. You are going to be a Hall of Famer, guaranteed. David Andracht, get to the stage. John Lucero, I see you guys. I call your name, that means I see you. We got Jim here on the stage. All Hall of Famers get to the Tony Mag. Get up here, Hall of Famer. Steve Van Doren, get up here. You're a Hall of Famer. All right, we're going to take another photo. We're going to take another photo. I know the new inductees are super hyped right now, but let's do this. Bucky, get up here. We want all inductees to the stage. All right, let's do this. Whoever's here is here. John, get up here. Lester Kasai, I see you. I saw Tony Hawk earlier. Where's he at? Well, big shout out to Tony, the first inductee into the Hall of Fame with Tony Alva. I think Danny Way. All right, everybody back up. Wade Speyer, get in position for the photo. Klaus Krabke, get in position for the photo. Jim Gray, say your hellos and get in position. We're going to take a group photo. Get up on the stage. All right? All of you on the stage. This is like wrangling like sheep, I tell you. I feel like a shepherd right now. I need my cane. All right, guys, are you guys ready for the photo? All right, everybody, let's do this. Hall of Famers and new inductee Hall of Famers. This is the photo. Thank you, Hall of Famers. Thank you, Skateboarding Hall of Fame. Thank you, new inductees. We love you guys. These photos are going to be epic, completely immortalized. 2025. I'm going to do an airdrop right now. If your name comes up, you're getting the photo. Open up your phone for airdrop. I'm airdropping the photo, Hall of Famers. All you Hall of Famers. Here we go.